Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being punctual. We still need to wait a couple of minutes more for a few more council members or their alternates to join to make sure we have at least 26 seats for the quorum. So just a couple of minutes more. Thank you.
Si me permiten, William, quiero saludar a Antonio Micha, que no lo puedo saludar desde que iniciamos. Creo que está conectado. Saludos, don Antonio, qué gusto de verlo.
Buenos días. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, espero que estén todos bien. Me ha gustado mucho tus intervenciones a lo largo de la sesión del Consejo. Muchas gracias, Antonio.
Muchas gracias. Un gusto.
Ok,
Sí.
que estén muy bien. Que estén muy bien.
Sí, gracias. Estás diciendo dinamismo que vamos a emprender. Muchas
Exactamente, exactamente.
Sí.
Thank you all for your patience. We have now reached the necessary presence of council members or their alternates, so quorum has been reached. So now we can start the meeting, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, William, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. I hope that you've been doing great in the last 24 hours. Before we enter into matter, I had one housekeeping topic that I would like to share with all of you. As you can probably have noted, a number of meetings. Well, the last two meetings of this week, we're running relatively over time, a little bit late on agenda, which is something that presents a genuine issue to those council members that are in the Far East, in the Asia Pacific area and down under. And particularly, this becomes complex to them because it is extremely late or becoming very early on the following day. And if we're addressing sensitive issues that are pushed to the end of the agenda, this will make it very difficult for them to fully engage in a very effective manner. So I will be, trying to not carry over any sensitive points for the discussion to the end of the agenda, but pick it up at the first as the first agenda item the following day, which is what I'm doing today with regards to agenda item number 5. I will do my best to try to stick to the planned agenda timing, particularly if we are planning for decisions that should be taken at the end of the session. So I will try to promote it that way. And if there's if we are moving over decisions for Thursday and Friday, I will be quite open to hear ideas on beginning earlier, so we can help those council members that deal with this issue later at night or very early in the morning. So I'll be very open to hear opinions of starting earlier if we still carry on pending sensitive decisions. So it's not a problem for me, and I hope that those who live in the Western Hemisphere. And yes, and finally, I would like to request that interventions be kept short to keep the agenda moving. So with these housekeeping observations, I would like to begin today's agenda. Yesterday, we ended discussing agenda item number 5, which is the proposal to amend the private sector engagement strategy as presented by Manrique on behalf of the constituencies of South America and other regions. As requested, the proposal was circulated to all council members yesterday. And now I would like to open the floor to hear your views, and so we can hopefully be able to reach a consensus on this topic, which is the usual procedures. I would, like to open the floor, as I said, for 30, 40 minutes, as we had a very tight agenda, and I want to be consistent with what I just indicated. Today, we got the work program, many other things to go over today. So I would like to open the floor. William, I will pass it over to you, so we can so you can help us with the speaker list that may have comments to the document that we shared just today to all council members. Over to you, William.
Thank you very much. Ben from UK has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks, William, and thanks, Carlos Manuel, for that introduction. Also, thanks for sharing the paper overnight. As I think I expressed yesterday, but I'm conscious that was late in the day. So just to say the point again, I think from I guess from our view is that it's this is clearly an important issue in terms of understanding the proper role of the operational focal points, and we're totally happy to have those conversations. And we feel that, given the importance of that matter, the best place to deal with that is, as we've previously discussed, in the extension of the governance working group. However, having said that, we have this proposal from Argentina in front of us, and I think we also heard from the GEF Secretariat on Monday that potentially some of the language within the proposal which was being made was inconsistent with current GEF policy. So it would be really helpful if we could hear from the GEF Secretariat again, just to clarify. I mean, I think our understanding of it probably is inconsistent with where we are, but it'd be great if you could just clarify that. I mean, if that is the case, that it's inconsistent, then I'm totally happy to look for some compromise language during today, which is consistent with that, and very happy to have further conversations around that. And relating back to your first point, Carlos Manuel, obviously happy to pick that up first thing tomorrow morning rather than at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for that. And before passing it over to Mette, Richard, and Marita, I want to say something and probably ask Gustavo to react very quickly to what you just proposed. I had a note that I want to go over it, Benny, if you allow, which is the fact that in this discussion of this text, we are, I would like to encourage council members not to see this as a negotiation language, which is what we normally do in conventions. This council is an executive board and oversees, the GEF funds and operations. So the wording should be will reflect the purpose to best possible extent, and not leave any doubt that its intention is, to the extent possible, leave external politics aside. So that note for me is important, and I would encourage all council members that we can concentrate in that context. So, Gustavo, can we go over to you before we continue with Matt?
Sure, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thanks for the question, Ben. Indeed, the text that was circulated overnight, particularly as it refers to the requirement of letters of endorsement that could be interpreted as encompassing also the mechanism that we have with the non-grant instruments window, would be incompatible with the decisions that were taken on the project cycle guidelines, the project cycle policy and guidelines that for projects that are directly engaging with the private sector, they would not need endorsement letters. We, of course, are very supportive of the idea that the agencies should be informing fully the countries where such projects may take place or might take place. So that's something that's I think ingrained in our practice, and if it needs to be reinforced in the private sector engagement strategy with appropriate language, I think that would be good. So that's what I can say at this stage, Carlos Manuel. And also, the role of the OFP is well enshrined in existing policies and documents. And if anything, we need to, if this aspect needs revision, has been alluded to, it's probably best to be taken elsewhere and not in the context of the private sector engagement strategy, which has a very particular focus. Our policies on the project cycle, they are all encompassing of everything we do, and introducing ad hoc measures may not be consistent with what you as a council have approved in the past. So I will turn it back to you, Carlos Manuel, if this is clear enough.
Thank you, Gustavo. Now I pass it over to William so we can continue with the list of speakers. Over to you, William.
Thank you very much. Mette, followed by Richard from Australia. Mette, you have it.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good day, good evening, everyone. And just thank you very much, Carlos, for the introduction to this discussion, and just want to assure you and the rest that our intervention is in the spirit of an operative mechanism. And we agree to the importance, the role the OFP is playing, and we hear that it is a good reason to look into how to strengthen their role. We would like to point to the recommendations by the governance working group in paragraph 21.3, asking the IEO to look into this matter further. The recommendation is to gather further evidence on how OFP's role could be strengthened and to also look at the challenges. And this tells us that the issue is broader than the private sector strategy. And it sounds like a good proposal, also like said by the Secretariat, that this might be better addressed as a separate issue after having received information from the IEO as recommended by the governance group. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard from Australia, followed by Marita. Please go ahead.
William, and thank you for your introductory comments, Carlos Manuel. We just wanted to express my personal appreciation for recognition of the challenges of having this meeting in this time zone, taking us through to the wee hours in the morning and almost seeing sunrise. Just in relation to the proposal, just at the very outset, I want to recognise the importance of the OFPs and the critical role they play as part of the functioning of GEF. So that's sort of the basis in which the comments I'll make will follow. I think it's important to recognise that the matter does, as already been mentioned, it doesn't just relate to the private sector strategy. And to me, there's some risks inherent in looking at it in a ad hoc way, and it may introduce inconsistencies in the broader approach. My suggestion would be that there be some work being done with the Secretariat over the coming months and potentially bring something back for consideration at GEF 8 that addresses the broader issue and comes up with a more comprehensive approach to ensure that the OFPs can function as effectively as possible and support the functioning of the GEF and the implementation of the projects, along with the effective implementation of the private sector strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marita, followed by Manrique. Marita, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you to Carlos Manuel and Gustavo for the clarifications. I can be very brief. My colleagues have before me have already expressed what I wanted to say, which is in line with what I also said yesterday. We believe this is a much broader issue, and it will be important to look at the OFPs. And we think we are open to discuss it in GEF 8. So I would prefer that it's not addressed here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manrique, followed by Renato.
Thank you very much. A couple of words. With regards to inconsistency, our view is that the inconsistency in the private sector engagement document is that there is no mention, almost no mention, just a slight one, to governments and operational focal points. That is this inconsistency. We would like to know this mention of the necessity of the letter of endorsements, if it is a decision of a council, if it is a previous decision of the council or not, because it's not very clear that to us. And then, I mean, we have not found it in previous council documents, the necessity or not of a letter of endorsement in the case of private sector projects involving private sector, non-grants, and so on. Then we do not feel at all that the role of the operational focal point is clear in GEF policies, and that is why we are making these suggestions. And then we think that the intervention of the staff of Rosina yesterday and the IEO as well highlighted that this issue is important in the private sector policy as well. Over.
Thank you very much. Renato, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay,
Please go
good.
ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone in different time zones. My name is Renato. I'm the alternate member for the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador. On behalf of our constituency, we would like to reiterate our full support to the proposed language made by Argentina. We think that this proposition does not add any new language. It only clarifies the roles of agencies, and especially the roles of operational focal points, which is not clear in any other text in GEF documents. It also enhances the transparency and avoid future miscommunications that we had in the past. Thanks so much. Over to you.
Thank you. That's the end of the list of speakers for now. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you all for the different interventions. I will, in lieu of time in our agenda, and in terms of ways forwards, I would like to propose to council members that give us an opportunity to the secretariat to present to your consideration an alternative text that we already had some initial conversations, and the alternative text will be sent to you all by email, so you all can have time to review, study, and consult that, and we can bring this agenda item, if we are on time, at the end of at the end of today's discussion. So the proposal will be distributed immediately by email. With this, and once more, I want to thank you, everybody, for the discussion. With this, I would like to go over to our first agenda item, which is agenda item 06, which is the work.
Sorry, Carlos Manuel Ornella has requested the floor.
Okay, please, Ornella.
I can talk.
Yeah, we hear you, Ornella.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear.
I'm really sorry because I had a problem with the connection. So it is really important in our constituency overview, the overall of the operational focal point. It's very important to have not only just a person as operational focal point, but to create an office, an institution as the operational focal point, because it's the relation between the governments and the GEF. And so I am thinking that the visibility of GEF, it's depending from the operational focal point. If the operational focal point has more role in, even for the private sector, it will be really important for all the governments knowing what the GEF is doing for their countries, and in the end representing as the GEF in need the whole process that the GEF is working within the countries. So in this regard, I think that it's really important not only to engage the operational focal point even with the private sector, but also to increase their role within the governments, and not only with the cooperation with the agencies even. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ornella. And have we exhausted the list of speakers, William?
So it seems. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so I will proceed as I indicated that the Secretariat will present to you all by email a alternative text that we already had a couple of initial discussions on that one for the consideration of council. You know, we'll bring this topic as we end the day in the agenda for today. So not having more speakers on the list, I will go now over to agenda item number 6, which is the work plan for the GEF Trust Fund. I would like to invite Gustavo Fonseca from the Secretariat to introduce the document, GEF/C 59/06/Rev01 Work Program for the GEF Trust Fund. Gustavo, over to you. Good morning. You're muted, Gustavo.
Apologies for this. I will now have the presentation for the introduction of the work program. Bear with me for a minute, please. Okay, can you see my presentation on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry for that. Apologies. So good morning again, good afternoon, good evening to all. It's really a great pleasure to introduce the December 2020 work program, which is the fifth work program in the GEF 7 cycle. The work program brings significant advancements and milestones for GEF 7. Just to remind everyone, we are at 30 months into the 48 months of GEF 7. This means that we are at the 62% mark in the funding cycle, time-wise, and this cycle will land in June of 2022. So we're quite good in terms of programming. If the work program is approved, overall STAR utilization will reach 73% of all STAR resources for GEF 7, which is a significant programming result for where we are in the current cycle. And I extend my congratulations to the countries, to the agencies, and to the partners who are responsible for this outcome, along with the Council. I should note that significant resources will be directed to vulnerable countries in Africa and Asia, and across LDCs and SIDS, while also bringing forward and enhancing priority programs. Finally, the work program includes a new project proposal seeking resources from the non-grant instrument window for blended finance, and other strategic projects that are at the core of GEF programming strategies are also included in this work program. The work program requests from the GEF Council the approval of $376.5 million, accompanied by $32.7 million in associated fees, for a total of $409.2 million. This amount represents 11% of the entire GEF 7 replenishment. The work program contains 60 projects, one new program, and one addendum for an already approved programmatic approach. The work program also contains three what we call multi-trust fund projects that brings resources from the GEF Trust Fund and from the LDCF together. If the work program is approved, 87 recipient countries will benefit from GEF support, and this includes 32 LDCs and 19 SIDS. The work program brings $2.1 billion of expected co-financing. I would like to note that the portion of co-financing identified as investment mobilized amounts to 1.4 billion, or 67% of the co-financing total. In this work program, the total expected co-financing stands at 1 to 5.6, with investment mobilized for middle-income countries and upper-middle-income countries that are not LDCs or SIDS, standing at 1 to 3.5. In GEF 7 to date, the co-financing is 1 to 7.8, and investment mobilized is 1 to 5.9. Both of these figures exceed the overall co-financing aspiration that was set for the GEF 7 cycle. 12 of the 18 GEF agencies are represented in the work program. UNDP is responsible for 45% of the demand, followed by FAO with 17.5 and UNEP with 9.6. Considering the distribution of resources to date in GEF 7, we note a much more equitable distribution of resources, particularly among the 4 agencies with the largest share of the GEF business, meaning UNDP with 32%, the World Bank with 16.5%, UNEP with 14.7%, and FAO with 15.7%. The biodiversity focal area is responsible for 47.7% of the resources for this work program, followed by non-star focal areas of international waters and chemicals and waste with 16.4% and 13.4% respectively. NGI represents 3.5% of the work program resource-wise. The work program will benefit 87 recipient countries, of which 32 are LDCs and 19 are SIDS. Asia is programming resources totaling 108.4 million, or about 27% of the total work program share. Latin America is responsible for 74.9 million, or a little over 18% of the work program. Africa, SIDS, and East and Central Asia participate in the worker program with a total of 61.2, 42.3, and 10.2 million respectively. We also have 98.1 million requested for global projects and programs that benefits multiple countries. Lastly, the NGI takes up 3.4% of the resources. The work program includes the Yangtze River Basin Program, which is a national program, and also the third and quite likely the last addendum to the impact program on food, land use, and restoration. The Food, Land Use, and Restoration Impact Program was approved in June of 2019 with 18 countries originally. 2 other addenda added 9 countries to the program for a total of 27. And the present addendum is requesting approval of 1 new country project to be implemented in Madagascar. I'd like to point out that the addition of Madagascar very critically expands the global coverage of coffee as a major commodity, and it also takes place in one of the most biodiverse countries in the world. The Yangtze River Basin Biodiversity Program will enhance mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation into productive sectors in the Yangtze River Basin in China. The program is helping to forge a strong working relationship between the Ministry of Ecology and Environment and the National Forestry and Grasslands Administration. Both of these agencies are critical agencies for biodiversity conservation in the country. The program will improve financing and the management of over 1.2 million hectares of protected areas in the region. The NGI program is represented by 1 project. This project was selected as a part of the 3rd call for proposals that was launched in July of 2020, when we had 41.5 million remaining in the NGI portfolio out of the approved 136 million of the whole GEF 7 cycle. So it means that we are getting to the tail end of programming for this particular mechanism. In this call for proposals, we received 12 projects for an aggregate amount of 149 million. The project proposed for this work program requests 14.3 million from the GEF Trust Fund with an expected co-financing of 77 million. Very interestingly, for the times that we are living now, this project addresses important challenges of energy access in Africa as a result of COVID-19. The project is, properly titled the COVID-19 Off-Grid Recovery Platform, and it will establish innovative financing mechanisms aimed at quickly deploying funds for energy access companies and off-grid operations with a view to address the financial distress and the lack of liquidity that is plaguing the sector as a result of the pandemic in Africa. The proposed work program will deliver impactful results across all 10 core indicators of GEF 7. Overall, the work program will deliver significant results on indicators that are linked to the areas of landscapes under improved management. And this one was lagging behind a little bit, and now it was able to catch up. In addition to greenhouse gas emissions mitigated, we also have results on terrestrial protected areas created and improved, together with freshwater ecosystems, fisheries, and chemicals. Finally, the work program is estimated to directly benefit 25 million people. It's important to note that many of the projects and programs included in this work program will contribute to the mitigation of impacts emerging from the pandemic. Several actions, from promoting nature-based solutions to supporting local communities with alternative revenue streams, all the way to incorporating green recovery principles in projects, these actions will not only help avoiding future pandemics, but also bring some relief to important local stakeholders in these difficult times. We must now start turning our attention to green recovery efforts to make sure that we have helped to build back better in the post-pandemic period. I should note that most fiscal stimulus packages that introduced actions related to green recovery took place in developed countries, with a few exceptions that I would like to note here as a source of inspiration for all of us. Colombia announced a new recovery plan that includes $4 billion of investments in renewable energy, ranging from wind, solar, and geothermal. Morocco has announced plans to adopt legislation that will incentivize green investments in renewable energy while also creating much needed jobs. Finally, nature-based solutions offer promising avenues in the context of green recovery, such as commitments made by India to invest $780 million in forest management while stimulating the economy in rural areas, increasing the amount of carbon stored in trees, decreasing soil erosion, making water more easily accessible, and in this process, expanding wildlife habitat. Still, these efforts and others I don't have time to highlight today are surely vastly insufficient. And in this context, the remainder of GEF 7 investments could play a significant role in helping to trigger action to boost the adoption of measures directed at the post-crisis recovery while generating global environmental benefits and building much needed resilience. With that, Chair, I turn it back to you, and thanks for the opportunity to introduce the work program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gustavo, for presenting the work program to Council. Now I may open the floor for questions and comments by Council members. We'll pass it over to our Secretary, William, so he can keep the list of speakers. Over to you, William.
I see no speakers yet. I'm sorry, Sano has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Gustavo, for his very good presentation. And we appreciate this presentation on behalf of the GEF network. So I have just a few points. So relating to the impact program, so what are the key, at least like high impact that GEF expected to see? And then second point is relating to supportive, more protected areas under this program. So do they have any concrete figure how many thousands or kilometers of protected areas we had, and what additional they want to support? And then about the green recovery, I think this is one of the very innovative approach. We appreciate this. The countries they have initiated, and there are many countries we know they are going to initiate. So we would be very happy to allow the civil society networks to engage there, because that is one of the area where the civil societies can contribute much more. And the last point about the COVID-19, we also want to engage and we also want to support. Please keep the door open for the civil society network. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Ornella from Albania, followed by Renato from Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So I would like to ask in this overview, if the GEF have some figures, let's say, to dedicate the relations between the GEF and other funds. For example, GEF and GCF. If they have collaboration between them in the countries, and if we have figures for having more results in this kind of collaborations. Or in the European countries, for example, we have also, for the same issues, European impact in European funds, and in the same times we are using GCF and GEF funds for the same issues. Maybe we will have the opportunity to increase our capacities, our results, our objectives in this kind of collaboration, and using more GEF funds for these results. The second one is related to the pandemic situation. If we have some figures for the job creation, for the employers, for the numbers of employers that we will create with this kind of engagements. For example, for energy efficiency, they are one of the topics now supported from all governments about the job creation. So if we have some figures how the GEF support in countries has support this topic on the pandemic situation. And the last one, it's about pandemic. How it will be, how the GEF have spent the projects that they have spent their budgets related to this, and if there are some budgets, for example, the budgets relating to travel costs, and this budget they are reallocated within the projects, and if they have more results in these activities from these not spent budgets from this kind of projects, and if we will have the opportunity to reuse these funds in these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Renato from Brazil, followed by Pavic from Thailand.
Thank you, William, and many thanks to Gustavo for his presentation. Regarding this session working program on behalf of the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, we would like to welcome the projects approved by the GEF and thank the Secretariat for considering them in this work program. However, as already stated previously, we insist on the establishment of an early information mechanism of non-grants projects to recipient countries. Colombia also wishes to recognize the efforts of the GEF Secretariat in supporting the formulation of the project Conservation and Sustainable Use of Ciénaga Grande de Santa Marta that focus on a strategic ecosystem for the country located in the delta of the Magdalena River, a central pillar for water and hydrobiological resources, which provides important global environmental benefits and at the same time presents key challenges for Colombia. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Pavic from Thailand has the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Gustavo for your presentation. I'd like to take opportunity to On behalf of our East Asia, we would like to endorse the work program, and I would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the GEF Secretariat for providing us with the comments and suggestions in developing the projects. In addition, I would like to ensure that the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 will be considered in the project design, and our project would be climate friendly and contribute to building forward greener. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to take the floor? Rob from the US, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to figure out how to unmute myself. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Happy to be here with you bright and early this morning in Washington, D.C. Thank you to the GEF Secretariat, the implementing agencies, and the countries for this work program. Due to the virtual format and in the interest of time, we will limit our current intervention to issues related to UNDP implementation of GEF projects. We will submit a statement on the work program in writing for inclusion in the chair's summary. We will also submit a detailed comments on the work program by email in advance of January 11th. Through our engagement as a donor to UNDP, the United States has been an active and vocal advocate for improvements in the UNDP's management of and oversight of GEF projects. With the release of the performance audit of UNDP's management of GEF-funded projects, we view it as imperative that the GEF Council and Secretariat now become active and vocal advocates for improved oversight within the channels of GEF governance. It is additionally important that we do so in a manner that results in minimal disruption to recipient countries. We support both approaches proposed by the Secretariat within the Council meeting to enhance oversight over UNDP, including the request for an expedited third-party review of UNDP compliance with the minimum fiduciary standards, and the amended decision in front of us now, which makes a blanket request for a second review of all UNDP projects in the work program. We understand that this request makes use of existing scope of the project and program cycle policy. Correspondingly, we understand that the approval of these projects by individual council members before CEO endorsement per paragraph 13 is not predicated a priori on the progress of UNDP towards the steps in the management action plan presented in the OIA performance audit. It is now up to the UNDP to restore our confidence that they will take our concerns seriously. Our confidence that they understand the gravity of the situation has been recently damaged by their stewardship of the UNDP donor-requested external review of the Standards and Labels project in Russia. This review, the results of which will be published soon, was not conducted in accordance with the understanding of the donors following consultations on the review's terms of reference. We believe these missteps may have undermined the review's independence and reliability. We expect better from UNDP senior leadership and will follow their actions very closely. We look forward to continuing to work with the UNDP, GEF Secretariat, and Council to improve the reliability and stewardship of the GEF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula from Germany, followed by Manrique from Argentina.
Thank you, William.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, we would like to thank the Secretariat for its efforts to propose this comprehensive work program despite the special circumstances. We welcome the overall quality of the work program. The projects are generally well aligned with national circumstances and focal area objectives. In general, we call on the Secretariat to ensure a more balanced distribution of funds between agencies. In the document, we welcome both the inclusion of additional information on the pipeline of projects as well as the COVID-19 project review. We are concerned to see that with the approval of another non-grant instrument, Already 80% of the funding allocated to this type of instrument is exhausted, and would appreciate explanations what opportunities exist for the non-grant instrument to continue to be used under GEF 7 until we arrive at GEF 8, especially considering our discussion on the private sector engagement yesterday and today. We also note that 2 projects in the proposed work program are located in non-ODA eligible countries. We remind the Secretariat that our support to the GEF is contingent on it being ODA eligible. We already flagged our concerns about the recent findings of the audit report on UNDP GEF-funded projects. In line with this concern, we can support the proposed approach by the Secretariat in the decision to review all UNDP projects in this work program, to have them presented back to the Council 4 weeks before CEO endorsement, and to allow Member States to adequately assess if these projects are aligned with the GEF's expectations with regard to fiduciary standards. We would, however, appreciate feedback from the developing countries' constituencies concerned about how this proposal would affect them and their projects in practice, and if maybe some of them might rather decide to choose another agency for the execution of these projects. We would also appreciate additional information on how results of the audit will be integrated in projects that have already been, UNDP projects that have already been approved. There are 2 projects from other agencies for which we would also ask the Secretariat to present the projects back to us 4 weeks prior to CEO endorsement. One is the project GEF ID 10389 in Madagascar, executed by UNEP. And the second is the project GEF ID 10678 in Nicaragua, executed by FAO. Concerning the Nicaragua project, there have been intensive discussions already in the GCF board on a GCF component of the same projects, resulting in strong conditions for the project design and implementation. And we would expect that the same conditions should be applied to the GEF project as relevant. We will, as always, provide detailed written comments on the work program within the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
William, I got a motion of order here. Since I see that we're having a bigger and bigger list, and in the spirit of being able to really act and respond to everybody's intervention, I would like to stop here and give the floor to Gustavo so he can comment and respond to questions, and then we will go 5 and 5 with the rest of the list. Gustavo?
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and thanks the council members and the CSO representative who provided some very interesting remarks and statements. I'll try to address just the questions for the sake of the timing, and hopefully we'll take all these comments into consideration. The first question came from Sanu from the CSO network, and he asked, how the impact programs are expected to produce impact. In the case of the Food Land Use and Restoration Program, which is part of this work program through an addendum, we see this IP really contributing to transformation of global food systems. Global food systems are the most important factor affecting land degradation and affecting biodiversity worldwide. And because of this, we are pushing planetary boundaries related to climate change and biodiversity quite a lot. So this was the first attempt for a more scalable project that addresses commodities that have a higher footprint on biodiversity and also on climate change. I don't have the figures for you on the extent of protected areas that the GEF has benefited, but we can provide that momentarily to you. On the question of, I think it was from Ornella on the reprogramming of GEF funds. I'd like to, our mandate as given by the instrument and by you all is to generate global environmental benefits. So we think, and there are development agencies that are quite active in the development space, and particularly now dealing with human health and COVID-related issues much more directly. So we received, of course, requests to repurpose resources that exist within projects. We have a provision that allows for shifts in budget items up to 5% of the project, or if they want to reformulate the project, we would need to come back to the council if that need exists. But agencies can submit amendments requests that, again, we evaluate to see whether they have merit, but we have some flexibility on that front. I think there was also a question in regards to energy efficiency and job generation. Again, these social indicators, particularly job generation, are not captured in the results framework because, again, our mission is to generate global environmental benefits. And these co-benefits are very important, and they should be registered to the extent possible, and we'll make an extra effort. As I mentioned earlier, the program is, the work program at large, is expected to generate benefits of one form or another to 25 million people, but it's difficult to address that on the job generation front, which is not a core element of the GEF framework. And let me see what else. Brazil asked about the information mechanisms associated with NGI projects. I'd like to highlight that the Secretariat sends written communication to all agencies, all operational focal points, and council members at a time when the call for proposals, and we had several call for proposals launched. The last one was launched on July 6, 2020. The call for proposals is also made public in our website, as well as the results of this process. The GEF partner agencies are asked to inform the relevant operational focal points of each proposal in their respective countries by providing a copy of the council-approved PIF or PFD under the NGI program. Let me see if I have anything else. Oh, yes, Ornella, on the question of engagement with the Green Climate Fund and other funds. And yes, this is an area of tremendous activity between the two secretariats. Information on co-finance, including from Green Climate Fund and other sources, are included in every PIF. Some are highlighted in the summaries that are presented in the work program cover note. And also in the relations for conventions, you might have noticed that there is additional information on how the GEF and the GCF are collaborating, not only exchanging information, but also finding opportunities to work together. We will have the LDCF Council meeting later in the week, and the cover note to that work program also describes the collaboration with Green Climate Fund a little further. Questions from Cordula from Germany on the NGI proposal. Indeed, we were allocated $136 million for this window, which has had enormous demand, greatly exceeding the 136 million by a factor of probably 6 or 7. So our ability to deal with this growing demand is relatively small, and let's hope that in GEF 8 there's more opportunities to address this, because it's an important area for growth in terms of blended finance. Because if we want to attract private sector engagement, there needs to be the development of blueprints that address fields that are not yet mature enough for commercial investors to seek. The GEF has done tremendous work early on piloting energy efficiency and renewable energy and providing risk capital to develop these markets, which are now quite mature and probably not in need of more resources from GEF and others. But in the area of natural resource management, biodiversity, land degradation, there's tremendous appetite for this, and unfortunately, we don't have much more available. So we have $26 million left for allocation in future call for proposal. And the question of Germany on the Nicaragua project, the Nicaragua project, actually, we reviewed it very carefully. We were informed of the discussions in the ambit of the GCF, and we have almost daily engagement with the GCF Secretariat. We have a very good engagement with them, and we know about the requirements that were placed on that project. But on the GEF side, the Nicaragua project met all the requirements for the PIF approval. And when it comes back for endorsement, we will make sure that all the GEF safeguards have been duly met as per existing GEF policies. And the comments made by GCF members on the GCF grant will be addressed by Nicaragua and FAO as the implementing agency for this project, in line with the policies and procedures and comments that were made for the GCF side of this. It's always important for us to also realize that GEF safeguard policies are applied to the GEF project intervention, and FAO is applying a very rigorous consultation process in response to these conditions that were placed by GCF. We hope to ensure that the entire package addresses the concerns, and be glad to. And since this project was asked to come back for a second review, you will have the opportunity to see whether those conditions have been met. Just going back to the question that Sanu made on protected areas. At this point, we have estimated that we have achieved 100 million hectares total for the core indicator 1 for terrestrial protected areas, and 1.3 billion hectares of marine protected areas, which is core indicator 2. So it's a tremendous contribution to the global environment as represented by protected areas, both from the terrestrial as well as in the marine realm. Let me see if I missed anything. I guess this is it. The remainder were comments that we'll have, of course, taken into consideration and we'll take forward. And with that, I turn it back to Carlos Manuel for additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo, for that. Over to you, William. We can do the same, probably take 4 or 5 speakers, so we can be able to properly respond to each one through the different segments. Over to you.
Thank you. So the next 5 speakers, so everybody knows, is Manrique from Argentina, Mette from Norway, Tanya from Finland, Stefan from Switzerland, who have requested earlier through the host, and Yoshiko from Japan. So let's start with Manrique. You have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you to the Secretariat and to Gustavo for the presentation. And thanks to the GEF partnership for introducing in this council session, in this work program, some projects that are very important for our region. I am talking on behalf of the South Con constituency. We have projects in Chile, in Peru, and in Paraguay, in my constituency. With regards to what Renato has said, we agree absolutely in that the NGI projects must be drafted developed and monitored with the intervention of the national governments. This is what we have already been discussing in other agenda items, and this should be very important, that we don't just learn there is an NGI program, an NGI project when it comes to the work program, that operational focal points are aware of the whole process, again, from the beginning to the end. I want to ask Rob from the US to share their comments related to the UNDP, also with the other council members, because I am sure it will be of interest of countries in my region and in my constituency in particular. And it would be also important that the Council is informed with regards to medium-sized projects that have been approved up to date. Because we may be missing some information, not only the large size projects should be in the work program, also the medium size. And finally, with regards to the issue of the, let's say, something we have said before in several interventions, when it comes to the size, the rent of the countries, the per capita income, we have underlined before that it is not an indicator of the challenges that all the countries face to fulfill their obligations with regards to adaptation to climate change, conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, land degradation, pollution management, and so on. Thank you, and over.
Thank you very much. Mette from Norway, followed by Tanya from Finland, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor on this very important issue. Heart of our work. Our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat for the work program document, and also for all the work behind putting together the project documents, the statistical information, and everything that now we have in the pipeline. We also very much appreciate the additional information that you have provided in terms of the COVID-19 screening of the project and program proposals. We find it very interesting to read how you have done so, and we assume that you will continue with this information also as part of the full-fledged programs. Regarding expected results, the work program mentions that there will need to be extra focus on delivery against a few indicators in the coming work program. We would like to hear a little bit more which core indicators these are and how you plan to address this issue for the rest of the GEF 7 period. As Germany, we also note once again that a few non-OECD DAC eligible countries will be receiving support under this work program. And even though it is acceptable under DAC rules for the GEF to fund up to 10% of project in non-ODA eligible countries, we would like to make a point that most funding to the GEF is ODA funding to be used in ODA eligible countries. Regarding UNDP as an implementing agency, we would again like to express our concerns by the findings of the audit of the management of GEF projects in UNDP. We thank you and support the Secretariat's proposal to circulate the final project document to the Council for review before CEO endorsement. In this regard, for this extra effort to really be worth it. We would like to see a determination of the status of each project against the findings of the external audit and against the management recommendations to be included in the endorsement review sheet available to the Council during the 4-week period. This would ensure that no project gets recommended for endorsement nor presented to us as a Council for review without being evaluated against the findings in the report. Then I just want to highlight some general comments concerning some of the projects in the work program. As others, we will also send written comments following the Council meeting and inside the due date in January. As a general comment, we believe some of the projects should include more conflict-sensitive design in line with the recommendation from the evaluation that we heard yesterday of GEF support in fragile and conflict-affected situations. Some of the projects lack a recognition of issues linked to land conflicts or reflect too poorly the importance of recognizing and improving local user rights. On a similar note, some projects have key assumptions that may not take sufficiently into account contextual, organizational, and policy alterations, mainly regarding governmental stakeholders. All experience show that this can threaten the achievement of results. And then we note that some projects raise concern related to the ownership of the project at the local level, as well as public financial contribution, both of which could have negative impacts on the sustainability of the projects. This is also in line with the recommendation from the country cluster evaluations, which highlights the importance of considering sustainability factors in project design. And we would just like to hear and be assured that sustainability aspects are assessed by the Secretariat during the PIF review. We thank Gustavo for the comments on the Nicaragua project. I won't repeat that question. We had the same question as Germany. And then just one final point regarding the NGAs. We understand that there is an additional fee of 1%, and our question is if this fee will go to the AFDB in addition to the 9% GEF agency fee. And we just want to be assured that this is in line with the GEF fee policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya, followed by Stefan.
Thank you. And thank you, Gustav, for the presentation. A few more general points and then 3 specific points on chemicals and waste. Our constituency agrees with the GEF analysis that the fundamental solutions to the COVID-19 crisis and the prevention of future pandemics have to include a transformational change in how natural systems and human systems interact. The need to protect and restore integrity of ecosystems is a central requirement for sustainable economic development. The COVID-19 crisis highlights GEF's crucial role in preventing future pandemics. We welcome that the GEF has already developed guidance framework to help project proponents better incorporate consideration of pandemic into project design. We encourage to proactively promote this approach for proponents. Regarding the regional distribution of GEF financing, funding is demand-based and depends on countries' request for financing of certain activities. However, we wonder whether there is something that the GEF and partners could do to increase the share of the African region, as it seems to be relatively low in comparison with other regions. We are pleased that most projects address gender equality and plan to develop sex disaggregated and gender-sensitive indicators, and that all projects included estimated information on the number of direct beneficiaries disaggregated by gender. However, and as noted also in the presentation of the GEF CSO network last Friday, there is still room for improvement regarding the development of gender-sensitive indicators. Regarding the progress report on the implementation of the GEF policy on environmental and social safeguards, systematic ESS risk identification is very important, and very good to see that ESS screening has increased due to better guidelines, which in turn will lead to greater adherence to the ESS minimum standards. However, what caught our attention was that not all projects will carry out full ESS assessment during the project preparation stage. We wonder whether the ESS are identified through another process in those cases. Then we have a few specific comments on chemical and waste. We welcome the share of programmed resources requested, allowing the focal area to catch up on its share in the overall GEF 7 programming. We welcome the projects on chemicals and focal area, recognizing that several of the proposed projects aim to support the important work of the Minamata and Stockholm Conventions by minimizing the risk of POPs and mercury. We also appreciate the inclusion of projects which strengthen the sound management of chemicals and waste to promote circular economy in key sectors such as textile and garment sector. We also welcome this, that some projects of the chemicals and waste focal area have included activities to support COVID-19 recovery by applying best practices in hazardous and infectious medical waste. And lastly, on the UNDP issue, we express also our concern again in the UNDP audit report. We can support the revised recommended Council decision and the amendment on UNDP project's endorsement. It is important that the GEF Secretariat ensures that the shortcomings in the performance audit of the UNDP GEF management are thoroughly addressed in the individual project notes. We would also appreciate the responses from Secretariat as regarding Germany's question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, would it be okay if I add a couple of names and we only have one batch left after we end this?
Yes, William, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we continue with Stefan from Switzerland, followed by Yoshiko from Japan.
Thank you very much, William. We want to thank the Secretariat and thank you, Gustavo, for your presentation, very insightful. Also includes the efforts by the countries and by the GEF agencies to put an ambitious work program in front of us. We are supportive of the work program. We recognize several innovative project proposals amongst them, and a classic is also included. One of our favorite projects and programs is the small grants program, which would create a lot of benefits through its engagements. We welcome the GEF engagements in the post-COVID recovery activities. Thank you, Gustavo, for pointing that out. Considering the trillions that are pumped into the economy by governments, it is of course critical that these trillions are not doing any harm to the environment, and ideally also contrarily will contribute to support environmental action. The GEF alone will not be able to do all this, but the GEF can contribute to it, and it's good to hear that you try to enter that point of it. It's a pretty big work program. and 45% of the funds are going towards UNDP. Not to single out that GEF agency, but there's particular issues right now about it, and therefore we would like to propose an addition to the decision. It would be in the last paragraph, where we would add something along the following lines. At the very end, just a second. So at the very end of the current version, we would like to add the following two sentences. This shall take place at the earliest after all actions of the Management Action Plan in response to the OAI recommendations have been implemented, and the independent, risk-based, third-party review of compliance by UNDP with the GEF policy on minimum fiduciary standards has been completed. This is just to make clear that we need this information in front of us before we move forward. And I feel this text also captures some of the concerns by others. We join Cordula asking for the perspectives of GEF client countries, because if we want to get greater clarity regarding UNDP projects, this should never come to the detriment of countries that have invested time and energy to work with UNDP and put forward projects. In that respect, we have a question to the Secretariat. If the Council decides the proposed decision with respect to UNDP implemented projects, how would that affect the timelines? So if there is a delay because there are still some questions, and if council members would still ask questions prior to CEO endorsement, there is a race against the clock, and it could well be that we run into issues with the cancellation policy. So how can we jointly mitigate that good projects that may need a fix at one point, or because the information that we receive as a follow-up to the audit of UNDP is not sufficient, that it's not doing harm to the projects in the countries that are expecting to receive it. Finally, one small comment and one information. We take note of the co-financing ratios that are mentioned. Co-financing is not an objective in itself. It's a means to have more money available to do good things. We know that very often discussion about co-financing are difficult, and quite contrary to this big effort that goes into it at the beginning, one does not hear too much once projects are under implementation or actually completed. So we urge the Independent Evaluation Office to also look into that. How do these ex-ante co-financing ratios pan out at the end of the project life? Finally, we will submit our written comments, more technical ones, following this council and within the deadline of January 11th. Thank you, and over.
Thank you very much. Yoshiko from Japan, followed by Liu Xia from China.
Thank you, William. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Please go.
Welcome. Okay, thank you. So we welcome and thank the Secretary
expert in this work program to address challenges and the opportunities presented by the COVID pandemic and within the working 7 priorities, both of which are critically important. Like others, we support the expedited third-party review on UNDP projects and look to improving the program upon condition that UNDP and agencies follow through and take actions to respond fully to our concerns and the audit recommendations. As a principle, the government of Japan places high emphasis on policy compliance and securing full accountability and transparency for our taxpayers. This will be important as we head into the GEF 8 replenishment process. On specifics, we have already sent in comments in writing and we hope to receive feedback during the week or later. But we want to highlight a couple of points that are important to us very briefly. Like others, we think that the disbursement should prioritize those that are most impacted by the pandemic, specifically those on the DAC eligible list. We noticed that in the Secretariat's written response that no prioritization was made except on technical readiness grounds. However, we think that even within that universe, issues like this should be taken into account in facilitating the work forward. Secondly, we think that the effectiveness and efficiency of especially the large programs hinge on data-driven and scientific approaches, and we hope that the Secretariat takes this into account when facilitating the multi-stakeholder approaches and ensure the involvement of such recognized expert organizations with data, which we hope would enhance reporting and measurement of impact of these projects. And third, on co-financing, we were wondering, should the pandemic situation be quite sticky and not so short-term? We may need to consider at some point that the exceptional clause under paragraph 13 of the co-financing policy, so that that doesn't become like a semi-permanent feature. But we'd be interested in hearing how much needed to invoke the exceptional clause treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. So Liu Xia from China, followed by Giovanni from IPAC.
Thank you, William. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can hear fine. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. China joins others and appreciates GEF Secretariat and agencies working together with countries to overcome difficulties caused by the pandemic, prepare and bring the work program for the Council's consideration and approval. Climate change, protect biodiversity, prevent chemical pollution, and strengthen capacity building. We appreciate the Secretariat to share with us efforts of some developing countries to promote green recovery in the post-COVID era. As a major developing country, China also takes multiple measures to deal with climate change, protect the environment, and achieve green recovery. We've met and exceeded the 2020 climate action target ahead of schedule. We've committed to increasing nationally determined contributions, peaking CO2 emissions by 2030, and achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. With those commitments, China will make continuous efforts and work together with GEF and other parties to build a green, clean, and beautiful world in the post-COVID era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Giovanni, you have the floor, and then we'll go back to Gustavo. So Giovanni, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. In behalf of the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, we thank Gustavo for the presentation. Given that 36% of the global area covered by key biodiversity areas coincide with traditional territories and waters of indigenous peoples, we would like to recommend an identification of these indigenous peoples' lands and associated waters in the geographic regions where the work program will be implemented. Because if indigenous peoples' lands identified are found to be within the scope of programs and projects under this cycle, the risks or delay or even discontinuance may again occur due to lack of free and prior informed consent of communities concerned. This is simply to avoid the mistake of past program projects, particularly in one case in the Asia mainland, that was discontinued simply because it had no free and prior informed consent. the GEF IPAG can assist to ensure that the FPIC processes undertaken reflects the knowledge, values, and decision-making of communities concerned, so that this way, harmonious relationship between program projects and the traditional knowledge holders can be combined, if not aligned, thereby escalating lands in good ecological conditions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. So back to you, Chair Gustavo.
Thank you to everybody who were able to do comments and questions. I'll pass it over now to Gustavo.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thanks for all the questions and comments received so far. Again, I will try to address essentially the questions that were posed. I think all the statements that I've heard are highly pertinent, and will definitely have them registered and taken into consideration. There was a question in regards to, this was, I think it was Manrique and also Brazil on the question of MSPs and how to better communicate the portfolio to all stakeholders and the council. We have anticipated some of the recommendations for that came from the working group on governance, and one of the requests, particularly on the information and statistics on the GEF portfolio, we have committed to include in every cover note as of the next work program the list of all the MSPs that have been approved during the period between two council meetings, and hopefully that will help to address the question and introduce more transparency. These projects are logged into the GEF website just like full-size projects, so they are there once they are CEO approved, but we'll endeavor to make this extra effort to make sure that we have a place where you can find all that regularly. There was a question about the request for a second review of UNDP projects, and we actually fine with, in general, with what's being proposed, both in terms of the original change that we introduced in the revised document for a second review of UNDP implemented projects, but also with the addition that was read here by Stefan. The only caveat is that we'll need to manage very closely the timeline for the assessments and for the independent review, so that we don't have a problem dealing with a rapidly approach cancellation. However, we already have this process in place. It's been used regularly. The last council meeting, I think we had almost half of all projects were requested for a second review by members of the council, and actually all UNDP projects that came during the last council meeting were asked to be posted for council review 4 weeks prior to the endorsement. So that's already part of our project review cycle, and we have ways to deal with that effectively. Question in regards to core indicators that are reported in the work program and estimates in regards to how well we are doing that. The graph that you saw in my presentation, actually it hides the fact that there have been a lot of indicators that have already exceeded 100% target in GEF 7. One can debate whether we set them too low or too high, but the fact of the matter is that we have approved projects that have contributed significantly to those that have exceeded the 100% target, And we have, at this stage, most of the indicators, if not all of the indicators, are where they should be at this time in the GEF 7 cycle. But I'd like to also remind everyone that the results framework depends a lot on the demand that comes from the countries. We have no power where we sit to steer resources in one or another direction. We can work with countries and help stimulate the emergence of projects that are highly needed to address the overall GEF 7 targets. But at the end of the day, it's up to the countries. We embrace country ownership principles to decide in what ways they want to invest their resources, as long as there is eligibility, there is impact, and there is adherence to the norms for GEF-funded projects. So we try to do that to the best of our ability, but it also depends on the countries. On the chemicals and waste, for chemicals, at PIF to date, we had expected targets approximately 38,000 tons of chemicals reduced, and GEF 7 projects are now moving for CEO endorsement. The target that's corrected for projects that have been submitted for CEO endorsements is now about 70,000 tons, or over 70% of the core indicator since we adjusted the methodology. Let me see here. Yes, just to highlight a little more on which indicators, I think it was a question from Norway, which indicators have been particularly addressed during the work program, for this work program. First, areas of landscapes and improved management has been significantly increased with the work program, and it was lagging a little bit behind it. And as explained earlier, any snapshot at any point in time in the replenishment is not really indicative of how we're going to be at the end of the cycle, but this is a good metric because we are already catching up. We also had additions to the greenhouse gas emissions mitigated, terrestrial protected areas created and improved, along with improvements in freshwater ecosystems, fisheries, and chemicals during for this work program. On the question, I guess, also from Finland on the environmental and social standards, we are still expecting that these assessments are performed during the PPG phase, the project preparation phase. But we are ready to discuss any cases that are brought to us by agencies where this might be difficult to implement due to COVID, and in some cases we might agree that agencies commit to implement these required measures at the beginning of the inception of the project, so that we don't delay these projects from starting implementation. But this is done on an exceptional basis and on the basis of justification. Let's see. Yes, also Norway asked for clarification on additional fee of 1% for NGI, for the NGI project for the African Development Bank, if it's aligned with the GEF fee policy. Well, NGI projects have the same fee policies as any other project modality, and the NGI follows the project and program cycle policy and guidelines. As for the fee that is included in the term sheet of the transaction that AFDB will be responsible for, agencies may include fees as part of their own lending operations, and this is part of their lending procedures, and it's actually agreed and understood, particularly dealing with NGI projects. On the IPAC question, Giovanni, on the updated safeguard standards, that they should require free, prior, and informed consent for all projects that will impact indigenous peoples. We are committed to working with agencies on implementation of FPIC, and we have been for quite some time, as well as examining how to implement the spirit of FPIC through the life of the projects. On mapping indigenous protected areas, indigenous map is really part of the many of many GEF projects, and we will continue to support and prioritize this within projects. And we look to the agencies to support this work, also taking into consideration other important issues that arrived. Comment about programming in Africa. Actually, Africa was very well ranked in recent work programs. And I must say that 85% of all STAR resources have already been programmed in GEF 7, so Africa's way ahead. And again, I would caution against reading too much from a snapshot from one work program, because it doesn't capture the entirety of the cycle up to date. But thanks for the question. But it's an important question. But I think we are in a good place on that. Thanks for the comments on the application of the COVID-19 screening. This was something that we committed to do very early on. I commend the agencies for having been extremely helpful, extremely engaged, and enthusiastic about using these guidelines to help with project design that went into the PIFs in this work program. And we will continue doing that. And we will also look into COVID-related considerations in the endorsement package, because that's another requirement that we jointly agreed to do. Thanks for the comments by Matty on the need for more conflict-related decision designs for projects. And as we stated yesterday in the ambit of the discussion on the IEO report, we are committed to doing that and to introducing guidelines to deal with these situations, and also address where land conflict, local use rights. This is particularly important for local communities and for indigenous peoples. I hope I haven't missed anything. Yes, there was a question. I think it's still on the work program here on the 45% from UNDP in this current work program, which just stands out, and it does. But at the same time, I would just highlight that 10% of the entire work program is the small grants program, which in turn is implemented by UNDP. So on the regular project pipeline, you have to deduct that. So UNDP would be in the 35% mark, which is still a significant kind of share of the work program, but it's not as dramatic as perhaps the figure leads one to think. And the question whether we can steer the projects to different agencies, to be frank with you, it's our capacity where we sit in the Secretariat to do that is relatively limited. We abide by the principle of country ownership, and agency selection is under the purview of the focal points and the countries. We do review the capacities of certain agencies to implement certain types of projects and the expertise that's needed on that basis, and we can have questions to the agencies, the proponents, and the countries in regards to whether that's the most appropriate agency for a particular topic. But we can't really, reject a project on the basis of an agency that has been selected by the countries to be implementing certain projects. And in many cases, in the case of UNDP, they are active in countries that have very limited service from other agencies. They have UNDP has local offices, so it's an important consideration. I just making some points about why we see these figures without necessarily making any judgment call on the figures itself. And thanks for Yoshiko on the statement about disbursement and the multi-stakeholder approach with data and impact. We commit to reporting on those. On the question of co-financing, that's an interesting one. If there's one area that we've heard from countries and agencies in connection with COVID-19 that might be more impacted than other areas is the co-financing. Of course, markets are depressed. Fiscal stimulus packages are going to places where not necessarily the areas of work of the GEF necessarily, to Stefan's point. And so this might, the crisis, the pandemic might affect the realized co-financing at the end of the day, but we are in close contact with the agencies and the countries. They are making every effort to make sure that there is significant co-financing, that the project is not reduced in scope too much or in its anticipated impact due to co-financing, but it is an important consideration. But at the end of the day, co-financing is our target for GEF7 is an aspirational target. It's not necessarily something that we have to deliver necessarily. Of course, we would like to do that. At this point in GEF7, we are meeting all those targets for GEF7, but we need to follow that very closely going forward. I think I might have addressed all the points, and if not, just call on me again, and I'll try to address. Carlos Manuel, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Gustavo. And I think that you didn't react to Stefan's intervention.
On Stefan's intervention about the addition to the decision, we believe that we can meet the provisions. I think it is implementable as it reads. What I mentioned was that there's a small caveat that the timing for the independent review needs to match with what the ambition is to do this quite quickly, because we have, under the existing cancellation policy, projects need to come to us with the first endorsement request by 12 months, and then by 18 months, the endorsement needs to be ready for approval. Otherwise, the project gets canceled. So we'll need to follow very closely the timing of these assessments, both the UNDP implementation of the management commitments that they've made, and also the timing for independent review. But all in all, we think that it's doable in principle. We have introduced mechanisms and internal processes to ensure that the second review is done by council members that so wish, and to incorporate those comments and to bridge that dialogue with the agencies and the countries to ensure that projects get approved if they are fit for purpose by the deadline. So I think I've addressed what I could do at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And since Stefan proposed us an amendment to the draft council decision that I expected to address after we finish the speakers list and your intervention, Gustavo, I will ask William to share in written the Stefan's proposal, so everybody is informed, and I will uphold the draft decision discussion until everybody has been able to review, study, and consult Stefan's decision. So I will end this agenda item as we end with the list of speakers, and I will bring this back later today, asking council members if they are in a position for one, who have already seen Stefan's proposal, and if they are ready to go and they adopt the proposed draft decision. Over to you, William. And please, William, can you be so kind and send communication to all council members and alternates on the proposal that we received from Stefan.
Thank you very much. Yes, the proposal was just sent a couple of minutes ago, so hopefully everybody has it. So let me give you the list of the speakers that are pending: Marita, Stephanie, Richard, Victoria, Marta, Tom, who put some comments in the chat, so I'm not sure if he actually wants the floor. Then Ben, Manrique, and Paolo. Let's start with Marita.
Yes, William, and I will ask to be able to do short interventions because we are late on our agenda item, and as a matter of fact, I would like to propose an agenda item change because the next agenda item is the presentation of the impact of COVID-19 in project preparation, but we are 20 minutes late, and after that we got the agenda item in relation to the conventions and our instruments where we be honored to have 4 executive secretaries. So I would like to propose a change whereby we will move forward the impact of COVID-19 agenda item so we can go on time with the following agenda item, which is the convention, the relations with the convention. I don't want to make the executive secretaries to have to wait for 45 minutes, 1 hour. So based on, I just wanted to inform Council of this last adjustment. Thank you, William.
Thank you very much. Marita, you have the floor.
Thank you. I will try to be as short as possible. Thank you for the work program, and we congratulate on the progress and efforts made to adapt operations to the new situations during the COVID-19 pandemic. Also for Sweden, our funding is 100% ODA. So to the extent that funds are used within this 10% bracket of the OECD DAC rules, we would favor that the most vulnerable countries would then be able to benefit from that. But as I said, it's 100% ODA also for us. As we said yesterday, we would welcome the Secretariat's estimate projections on potential project cancellations and restructuring at a later stage. I mean, not right now, but I mean, we would be interested in hearing your projections on this. On the work program as a whole, and also on the work going forward, we would, as Norway, would appreciate more conflict-sensitive design. This is very important, and we appreciate that recommendation coming out of the evaluation yesterday. We welcome the gender-based analysis in the work program in multiple projects and programs that it has been integrated in the design phase. But we would like to see a more detailed reporting on how gender has been integrated into programs and projects, how, to show progress in relation to baselines for different indicators. Coming now to the UNDP, I'm not going to repeat what everybody said already and what I said yesterday. We continue to be very, very concerned. We supported the third-party review, and we support the second review of the work program. And we also support the draft changes to the Council decision by the Secretariat. We would like to have some more time to think about Stefan's proposal because we are a little bit hesitant about the timeline. So I would prefer to come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie from France, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. I hope you hear me well. So I'll be short also. This work program is very interesting and ambitious, and France thanks the GEF Secretariat, the implementing agencies, the partners, and the operational focal points in the beneficiary countries for its preparation, in particular in the specific and difficult conditions we know in 2020. The work program covers a lot of crucial environmental issues that France shares. Unfortunately, because of time, I won't pass through all these issues and the examples of projects we very much appreciate. However, written comments as usual, in particular for a project in Venezuela and regarding the project in Nicaragua, as Germany mentioned. However, the main concern France shared since the first work program of GEF7 is the large share of UNDP. As of today, the UNDP is concerned for 45% of this work program. This concentration of the GEF resources is today at risk with regard to the information on the audit we already discussed. And for these reasons, we would like to see included in the decision following conditions as mentioned by Stefan for Switzerland in particular, because Gustavo mentioned it is implementable. Finally, in our opinion, the issue is much larger than this work program, as a large number of UNDP projects under GEF7 resources before the June 2020 work program, and maybe even under GEF6 resources, are still to be endorsed by the CEO. We would like to hear views from the Secretariat on how to address this issue, as the fiduciary and reputational risks are also high on this respect. It probably needs a specific discussion under a new item of the agenda of this Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard from Australia, you have the floor.
William, I just want to express my gratitude and thank you to all the agencies and the Secretariat for pulling together what looks to be a very comprehensive work program, and this being done in the context of COVID. So very much appreciate that. Our constituency supports the work program. This is contingent on the minimum fiduciary standards decision that was taken in relation to UNDP. Just to, I guess, repeat what's already been said, would have some reluctance to agree the Switzerland proposal. At this point, we need to have some time to consider it. An immediate reaction is some concern about the potential timeline impact and potential delays, and whether or not a more appropriate consideration would be assessment of the pace and adequacy of progress in addressing the primary and in particular the high risk recommendations rather than the hard and fast rule. But I think we need to consider it further and to come back on that point. I note in one of the response of Gustav in relation to the non-grant instrument coming back and having a discussion around that in the next year. And just one of our questions is whether or not there needs to be further guidance in relation to the program criteria for impact, innovation and technical soundness, but I'm happy to pick that up down the track. Just to repeat the comments that have already been made in relation to the gender dimensions, and noting that all the large projects have picked up gender dimensions in their initial design. And from a very positive perspective, nearly 100% of projects have picked up sex disaggregated data and other gender sensitive indicators. And we'd be happy to come back and have further discussion in relation to that Switzerland proposal, because we think that's a very important thing to consider, so we can lock in a position. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria from Austria has the floor.
William, I would also like to express our constituencies' thanks and support for the work program. We particularly welcome that the projects were screened carefully with regards to COVID risks and opportunities, as well as the efforts to incorporate green recovery and resilience in the project design. This is very important to us as well. With regards to the projects in the work program that are to be implemented by UNDP, like others We've also already voiced our deep concern about the findings of the audit report yesterday, as well as the relatively high number of grievance cases. And in this context, we can also support the proposal for a second review of all UNDP projects, and we appreciate the suggestion that was made. We believe this is an appropriate step at this stage, and we do need to see clear immediate action by UNDP to improve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Marta from Spain has the floor.
Chair, we welcome the work program as it includes various strategic projects. Regarding the work program and the pandemic, we very much welcome that the project managers were instructed on how to review projects, counting with the additional guidance on COVID-19, including to include green recovery and resilience principles in project design and strategies to ensure that GEF investments can contribute to building back better. Regarding the decision proposed, considering the recent audit report by the UNDP, we agree on the need for a second review for the projects included in the work program implemented by UNDP. However, we have reservations regarding the addition proposed by Switzerland. But we fully agree on the need to complete the action plan and on the third party. We are concerned on the consequence for the recipient's country, particularly in case of potential delays or eventualities. Therefore, as others, we should more time to reflect on that. Going forward, we share the view expressed by many others on the need for a more diversification distribution of resources by agency. We also will also support to enhance gender indicators as requested by others. And finally, we are pleased to note that the strong collaboration with other institutions included the Green Climate Fund, and we encourage to enhance it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Tom from Canada, you wanted the floor?
Thanks, William.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since you invited me to speak, on Monday, we already spoke about UNDP and fiduciary issues, and we also welcomed the Secretariat's informed and measured approach to considering the issues. And the one thing that as a council, we always need to consider is that when we face a challenge like this, it is always important to become informed and take measured steps to address the challenge and balancing the need for results in advancing our mandate with recipient countries. And just like others, the proposed addition to the decision, if the GEF Secretariat could tell us, based on the sequence of steps, would that de facto mean the deferral of 45% of the work program to the foreseeable future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ben from the UK, you have the floor.
Many thanks, William, for that. Yes, so many thanks for everything we've heard so far, and also from some of the answers we've already received on the projects. Like others, we will send some further and more detailed written comments after the meeting. It was good to see progress on programming against biodiversity, international waters, and chemicals and waste. And as with others, we welcome the comments on green recovery and building back better post-COVID-19, and also welcome nature-based solutions projects mentioned in that context. As others have raised about the co-financing, while I think, Gustavo, you mentioned that the overall level within this GEF cycle is up, we were concerned over the last 3 councils that level has gone down from 1.95 to 1.56 on in this council, and we're wondering whether that obviously is due to the impact of COVID-19 and also what the implications are for the remaining work programs under GEF 7. Like Germany, we were going to ask a question about the large number of projects which were rejected under the non-grant instrument, and many thanks to Gustavo for clarifying that this was due to the limited finances available. We agree with the points being made by Germany and Norway on ODA eligibility. I won't go into that, that has already been raised. I would also like to echo the points from Norway and Sweden in terms of the importance of GEF agencies addressing conflict-sensitive considerations in design of projects, and particularly obviously relating to the discussion we had yesterday around the evaluation from IEO, and we'll be sending in a request to see a number of projects in that regard in our written feedback. We were also going to similarly going to raise the same point that Germany, Norway and others made about project 10674 in Nicaragua related to the similar project in Green Climate Fund. And we were going to also ask to see that project again. And also many thanks to Gustavo for demonstrating that you're working closely with GCF on that. So I won't go into any more further details on that one in the interest of time. Finally, then, just returning to the issue about UNDP, like others, obviously we were, and as you mentioned on Monday, we were concerned by the report from the Office of Audit and Investigation. And as I said, it's important that UNDP restores the confidence of their agency to the GEF Council. We were in agreement with the revised decision text, which was previously sent for the work program in relation to UNDP in terms of us being able to review projects before CEO endorsement. Regarding the additional Swiss suggestion, I think as others have already said subsequently, it is important that we don't unduly impact countries in terms of their ability to implement properly designed and managed projects. So the others, I think we also need to make sure we're taking a measured approach, measured response, and also I think we need more time just to consider what the implications of that are. Many thanks.
Thank you. Enrique from Argentina has the floor.
Thank you, William. I'm sorry for asking for the floor again. I really want to thank Gustavo's comments with regards to this agenda item on the work program, the eligibility of projects, and so on. And I just wanted to share a personal experience from what I have we have been discussing in our constituencies so many times. There are 18 agencies in GEF partnership, but when an operational focal point has to decide or has to decide on an agency or has to choose an agency, or an agency comes with a certain project, it is not that there is the full pool available. And sometimes it is the case that one may end choosing agencies for different reasons. This is something important. It is not that all the agencies have the same possibilities, the way they work, without mentioning anyone in particular. I think personally this is also an issue of governance that we should deal with. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Finally, Paola from Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, William. And coming late in this discussion and also joining late the discussion, apologies for that. So I don't have the benefit of having listened to all previous speakers. So I just not to repeat comments, I'll focus on two issues which are particularly relevant. And of course, in thanking you thanking the Secretariat for this work program, especially under these difficult circumstances, but not in spite of those only, but also for the capacity to adapt to circumstances. So That noted, let me focus on two issues. One is I did not express it before, but it's obvious that we are very concerned about the findings of the audit at UNDP, and we think that measures to address the issue of minimum fiduciary standards are necessary. And they are necessary because we all want our confidence to be restored, and this is in the interest of all. So we support additions to the decisions in this regard, and we need just some more time to consider Stefan's additions. My second topic, and I listened to you, Gustavo, responding to the 45% of projects to UNDP in this work program. I'm not fully satisfied with your reply. In that, I understand that I mean the GEF is somehow demand-driven, and of course, focal points in countries have the lead role in presenting proposals. But at the same time, I think that the project, the pipeline of projects should be a bit more actively managed by the Secretariat. There are risks in having a portfolio which is too concentrated, and frankly speaking, the issues we are having right now with the audit results in UNDP shows that. So being exposed to a single agency is not healthy as a general principle for any organization, especially for an organization like the GEF, which relies on this network of partners to operate. If I remember correctly, this is not the first time the Council addressed this topic, and if I'm not mistaken, exactly 2 years ago, in the December 2018 Council, there was a discussion on this, and there was some decision of the Council. Apologies, I haven't done my homework well, but maybe the Secretariat can help in pointing out that there should be, due regard to balancing the portfolio of the GEF and with a view to avoid portfolio concentration. So I think it's time to revisit that discussion and to find solutions going forward. Thank you, and over.
Thank you. We have two more speakers. Gillian from Jamaica, you have the floor.
Gosh. Okay, let me just start. I don't know what's happening with my video. Just to say thank you very much to Gustavo for the presentation of the work program. But just to follow up with Manrique and what he said, it's very important to recognize that for, say, some regions like the Caribbean constituency, for instance, a lot of projects are being implemented with the support of UNDP. So any issues related to UNDP and its performance will affect the Caribbean constituency. And this issue about the spread of implementing partners came up at the last council meeting. And it was indicated and verified that UNDP has a large share of the portfolio. So this issue with UNDP, it is not a simple matter. It will have an impact on how countries perform, because this is the partner that many of the countries, the recipient countries, actually collaborate with. And so, especially some of the more vulnerable countries, and those are the countries which have need the most support. So it is very important to, in a speedy manner, address the issues related to UNDP, because it will have an impact on vulnerable countries, especially those in the Caribbean, which partner a lot with the UNDP. So that's one issue. The other issue is, I heard in the discussions, issue about ODA eligibility. Again, I say, while we recognize that this is a thrust being done by donors, we must also recognize that recipient countries also, you have to take into account also the vulnerability of some recipient countries. And it's not just the ODA eligibility list that should be taken into account, because then some countries which are most vulnerable and for which we need to have brought into the mix to help with the global environmental benefits will be left out. And some of those countries are in the Caribbean. So we ask caution be taken in terms of how this effort is applied by the GEF, not to segregate and leave out some countries from getting the necessary support so that they can also build back better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ornella from Albania, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. I want to bring in your focus that UNDP, it's in some small countries, in some countries, it is the single one agency, accredited agency for GEF managements. So in this case, and in the same time, UNDP is, it's not a single case. It's the last case, but not the single case. So in this, I would like to have more measures from the GEF for auditing these agencies and for auditing not only their budgets and their activities, but in the same time their performance. Representing small countries like mine or Balkan countries, I would like to bring here an example, the Drini case. We have a regional project from GEF, supported by from GEF, 5 million, for the Drini River. Drini River is one river between 4 countries, Albania, North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Montenegro. And for 3 years now, implementing this UNDP project with the GEF budgets, GEF funds. So these 4 different countries, they are having 4 different policies about the same river. And in this case, what is the performance of these 5 million by GEF? So I would like to have more regional projects, but in the same time, more audits about the performance of this project, the first one. And the second one issue, it's about the regionalization. In small countries like mine, we don't have the capacities for applying big projects. In this case, it will be the perfect way. It's the collaboration between the agencies, and the second one, the collaboration between the countries. So in this case, I would like to see in the program more measures supporting the regionalization of the projects, and in the same time supporting or increasing the capacities of our agencies or our local capacities in these agencies and collaborating with each other for having more results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further speakers. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, William. Thank you to the speakers. I'll pass it over to Gustavo to define the last round of responses. Over to you, Gustavo.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and thanks again for all the comments and the questions. The first one that I will address has to do with the recurrent question about ODA eligibility or lack thereof, and I would like to remind everyone that during the replenishment negotiation, the GEF 7 replenishment negotiations, it was agreed and it was confirmed that the GEF Trust Fund would remain fully eligible, ODA eligible, throughout the period, the entire period. It's not necessarily work program by work program, and that more than 90% of GEF financing would be provided to ODA eligible countries. And again, the percentage refers to the GEF 7 portfolio, not specific work program. And we are very much in that within that space. So that's what we have today. Sweden asked about cancellations. We had no cancellations or no requests for amendments. We have received up to this point 15 requests for extensions of cancellation deadlines of the December 13th submission of CEO endorsements that we have approved, and we expect to receive more requests according to the information we have at this stage. Again, from Marita, and she just answered, we will be very happy to adhere and follow and commit to the recommendation that the IEO made on the introducing conflict-sensitive designs to GEF projects, and we'll figure out better ways to communicate and to inform on the gender work that has been done, so that people can understand a little better, perhaps on the cover note of the GEF Trust Fund, of the GEF work program, or perhaps in the annual report. On the recurrent question, again, on the 45% of UNDP in the current work program, and Paula, I'm sorry if I didn't respond to the questions to your content. What I was trying to say is that from where we sit at the GEF Secretariat, the means that we have to enforce any particular distribution of resources across agencies is relatively minimal. So we, as long as the projects follow guidelines and there is support from the countries, that's what we can rely on. And there is the reality that was also stated a couple of times already by recipient countries, that in many cases UNDP is the only agency of resort, and that's one of the reasons why we, in this particular work program, in addition to SGP, we have more UNDP projects, because they're addressing LDCs and CIS, which are contexts that not all agencies are willing or have the capacity to address. So that's one of the things that we need to address. Questions about what to do with the projects that were approved in GEF 6. In GEF 6, the cancellation policy doesn't apply, so there won't be necessarily a problem with the timing, and we'll make sure that to look into these endorsements from the perspective of what UNDP has committed to doing in their management response to the evaluation, and also in response to the independent review. Question from Australia on criteria for NGO for NGI on innovation and other criteria. I would welcome you to examine what we have in the call for proposals. It's very detailed on all the criteria against which we analyze the fit for purpose of different proposals that come to us. We also have an advisory council made of financial experts that look into the structuring of all deals. They do that work on a pro bono basis, and there's a lot of scrutiny. And also, just this week we are launching a how-to guidance note to NGI projects, and it can be found in our website, and that should clarify a lot of the questions and a lot of the points that were raised during this session on the NGI. I think I may have already addressed the questions that were posed. So with that, I turn it back to you, Carlos Manuel.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Gustavo, and thank you all for the interventions that we had in this, our first agenda item, which is the work program for the Trust Fund. As I indicated previously, we already have the presence of the executive secretaries of the different conventions. So I will leave the report on COVID-19 and GEF project preparation for the last agenda items, as I don't want to delay the intervention and presence of our executive secretary. So I will now move over to agenda item number 17, which is relations with the conventions and other international institutions. This agenda item will be covering two sections. One is a dialogue with the executive secretaries of the convention, and a second section, which is the consideration of a council document on relation with the convention. So during the first section, we are honored and pleased to have the presence of our executive secretaries, which has been requested to share the floor with us and give us his or her perspectives on the following two topics, and each one has 10 minutes to develop these two topics. One is a quick update on the status of negotiations and outlooks for the upcoming conference of the parties in 2021. And yes, definitely 2021 will be our big year, as we will have the Minamata COP4 on November 2020. We will have the baseball 15 COP. Rotterdam, I think, is the 10th. Stockholm, the 10th. We will have the COP on July 2021. UNCCD will have the COP 15 on the last quarter of 2021. UNFCCC COP 26 November 2021 in Glasgow, and CBD COP 15 in Kunming on May 2021. So a quick status of the negotiations and outlooks from the secretaries will be very much welcome, as well as financial needs of countries to address priority and expectation for the extremely important issue that will I would like to be able to have some input feedback from the secretaries. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the four secretaries that will be joining us. We will have Elisa Maruma Marena, the Executive Secretary of the CBD, Ibrahim Tiao, Executive Secretary of UNCCD, Monica Stankiewicz, Secretary of Minamata, and last but not least, Rolf Payet, Executive Secretary for the Chemicals Conventions. I will now give the floor to Elizabeth Maruma Marena. Elizabeth, what a pleasure to have you with us here in our GEF Council meeting. We welcome you. The floor is yours, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. I appreciate. First of all, permit me to congratulate you again on taking the helm of the Global Environment Facility at the time vision, leadership, and practical wisdom are critically needed. I'm honored to address this distinguished body operating the financial mechanism of the Convention on Biological Diversity in my capacity as the Executive Secretary of the Convention. I would like to join our Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, in congratulating also the American people on the recent national elections last month. The United States of America was among the early thought leaders raising concerns about the loss of biodiversity and advocating multilateral solutions, and has since made substantial financial and intellectual contributions to advancing the objectives of the Convention. We look forward to its further contributions, including hopefully becoming a party to the Convention. Distinguished Council members, dear colleagues, friends, the Council is scheduled to launch the process of 8th replenishment of the Global Environmental Facility Trust Fund at this meeting. Replenishing this financial powerhouse will quantitatively foreshadow the influence of the Global Environmental Facility in global environmental agenda, its role in the rapidly evolving development cooperation system, and its repositioning in the international financial architecture in the coming decade. I want to echo Rosina's chairperson of the staff, who stated elegantly yesterday that GEF is using resources more effectively, but totals remain modest compared to the needs. If the global environmental facility can rise to become an institution to facilitate 1% of the official development assistance, for instance, a back of the envelope estimate will mean an annual financial approval space of about $1.53 billion in 2018 for the Council. We are further reminded that by Rosina that pandemic reinforces the need for the lasting transformation to sustainable, inclusive, resilience, low carbon, low polluting, nature positive, and circular economy. The Convention on Biological Diversity has a stake in this replenishment. The 8th replenishment process will most likely coincide with and go hand in hand with the process of adopting the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. The outcome of the 8th replenishment will provide a very first indication on the extent to which the post-2020 framework will be implemented financially and to which its goals and targets will be achieved. The performance of the convention in the coming years will be largely influenced by your funding performance. The convention must stand closely with you in the whole replenishment process. Distinguished council members, we have a high call of our time, also for the first time in the history of the convention. Over 72 heads of state and government in a total of about 150 high-level speakers were gathered virtually at the Summit on Biodiversity on 30th September. World leaders highlighted the urgency of action to reverse biodiversity loss at the highest level and mapped out directions for the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that will contribute to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I would like to outline 4 key messages in which we need your attention in advancing the 8th replenishment process. Number 1, invest in conservation to secure adequate safety net for biodiversity vitality and humanity. Science has demonstrated that the current level of conservation efforts is necessary, but not sufficient to turn the tide towards mass extinction. The consensus has emerged from the Biodiversity Summit that governments are ready to tackle the challenge of upscaling. Many countries will aim to more than double their territorial land areas for conservation and more than triple their marine areas for protection. This means a huge potential business for the Global Environmental Facility. Substantial evidence has confirmed that international finance has effectively contributed to increased land and aquatic areas under protection. More financial resources, the financial mechanism will facilitate, the more likely the ambition of governments will be achieved in the post-2020 era. Second, invest in sustainable use as the best vaccines to end the biodiversity loss. Sustainable use is one of the hardest hit areas during the pandemic and must become part of all recovery stimulus packages. World leaders clearly noted this need at the Summit on Biodiversity. Sustainable use is multifaceted and substantial finance is needed to confront evolving extinction threats. According to the global Red List data, over half of the threats to assessed species will come from agriculture and aquaculture, forests, hunting and fisheries, water and fire management. These 3 sectors plus urbanization and health can explain about 3/4 of the threat to biodiversity. The remaining threats are observed from pollution, climate change, energy and mining, recreation activity and conflicts, and transportation. The multifaceted nature of sustainable use may entail diverse and well-structured solutions going beyond one-size-fits-all financing model. Indeed, the Global Environmental Facility has been innovative in introducing integrated programs for some of these areas, and many more opportunities, however, still unfold ahead. The preliminary report of the 5th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, raised an alert that no project proposal has been approved for the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety, despite the clear national allocation to biodiversity to biosafety in the 7th replenishment package. Meanwhile, the growing global trend in strengthening national policies on biosafety and biosecurity continues to promote safe benefits arising out of modern technology in tackling many global challenges. This presents a stark contrast with the fact that there were no project proposals on biosafety. The clear mismatch observed in the mismatch making process points to the need to consider if a different size is justified. Thirdly, invest in fairness and equitability for biodiversity cooperation. Fair and equitable sharing is at the heart of global cooperation for the nature. The Convention is proud of advancing the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and benefit sharing. The principle of fairness and equitability is applicable to the whole process of the Convention, particularly the whole value chains of biological resources, including genetic resources. According to the preliminary report from the Council of the Global Environmental Facility, the Nagoya Protocol remains one of the underfunded subject areas in the past 2 years. Yet, the protocol offers a unique entry point for the Convention and the biodiversity community at large to contribute to the global movement to fight social injustice and inequality. The stake is high. The cost of injustice can become unbearable. Fourthly, invest in systemic strengthening. A robust global biodiversity system must be able to respond coherently and effectively to current and future challenges and efficiently bridge gaps in implementation. This requires not only political will, but also investment in systemic building and strengthening. Several systems are needed. Clear rights and spatial planning systems that provide the basis for mobilizing resources, know-how, and innovations from local and indigenous communities, as well as private sector businesses. Regular biodiversity planning systems that are essential instruments to maximize inputs to broad national socio-economic and sectorial planning and inform all sector stakeholders at large. Fully operational technology development and transfer systems that bring critical solutions to the many challenges by modernizing monitoring systems to track real-time ecosystem changes, eradicating extinctors, and restoring and maintaining ecosystems' health. Effective public participation, information, and education systems that build constituencies and pass know-how to safeguarding the nature. Well-defined responsibility systems that can facilitate budgetary accountability, multi-stakeholder partnership, follow-up and review with relevant indicators and meaningful data. Dear colleagues, the UN Decade for Biodiversity is approaching to a close in 3 weeks' time, but we still have a long way to go. The global biodiversity challenges remain all more daunting. We know what works. Finance dictates how far we can go and how fast we can move. We look forward to working with the Global Environmental Facility in the coming year to build a financial mechanism with adequate resources that will meet the demands and expectations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. We very much welcome your message. And we wish you a very successful 2021. COP15 will be a groundswell, will be the product of the end result of a groundswell movement. We're really excited, and we see a political alignment, as you mentioned to us. With this, I thank you, Elizabeth, and I now move over to our dear friend Ibrahim Diaw, the Executive Secretary of the UN Convention to combat the certification. Ibrahim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. First of all, I would like to align myself with all the statements made by my predecessor. Thank you, Elizabeth. Council members, fellow colleagues, heads of convention secretariats, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude to you, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, for your kind invitation. I wish you success in your new role as the CEO of the Global Environmental Facility. We are truly excited to work with you. Dear friends, land, in particular land restoration, is gaining a renewed momentum on the world stage. Just a couple of weeks ago, G20 leaders launched the Global Initiative on Reducing Land Degradation and Enhancing Conservation of Terrestrial Habitats to prevent, halt, and reverse land degradation. Building on existing initiatives, leaders share the ambition to achieve a 50% reduction in degraded land by 2040. According to estimates from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, there are 2 billion hectares of degraded land in the world. In their communique, the G20 ministers of environment underscored that land restoration and the avoidance of habitat loss are often cost-effective solutions to addressing the biodiversity crisis that Elizabeth spoke of quite eloquently, and other key environmental challenges. Thus, land restoration approach not only contributes to achieving SDG 15 and its target 15.3, but yields high social and economic returns. The ministers decided to house the Initiative Coordination Office at the UNCCD. This initiative is being launched as the world prepares to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. As the pandemic destroys hard-won development gains, smart investments in land restoration will have to be at the center of recovery programs in most developing countries. Indeed, investing in land restoration unlocks multiple opportunities: combat desertification, water and biodiversity conservation, poverty reduction, and food security, to name just a few. We expect demand for investment in land restoration will remain high and grow further. Because land is now recognized as a glue, to borrow a word from an expert from the Global Environmental Facility, land is now recognized as a glue at the heart of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a bridge between different GEF focal areas. Implementation for many critical GEF themes that directly benefit the poorest people happens on the land. Land restoration benefits people and nature. A restoration economy will create millions of green jobs and enhance humanity's resilience to future shocks and stresses. Revitalizing ecosystems and terrestrial ecosystems in particular, such as farmlands, grasslands, and forests, as well as wetlands, rebuilds the ability to store carbon and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Well done, it can protect habitat biodiversity, build soil fertility, and reduce water scarcity. So as we enter the replenishment of the GEF, we must build and we must find bold and creative ways to meet soaring demand and sustain momentum. Parties to the UNCCD want to see their voluntary plans for land degradation neutrality delivered with the aim to combat desertification. Overcoming bottlenecks like land tenure and gender will be key. Support from GEF to improve the enabling environment will be indispensable. At the same time, parties are increasingly looking for support to implement national drought plans. Financing for drought risk reduction and resilience needs imagination and a shift in thinking. In the future, we must be better prepared rather than just being reactive to drought. To my mind, GEF 8 can also explore and test innovative solutions. Thanks to the Paris Agreement, investors are exploring options to decarbonize their portfolio and to invest in low carbon technologies. Nature-based solutions offer them low-tech, low-carbon, and green options. When investors meet producers along value chains, their business has the additional advantage of having a human face. As GEF family, we ought to work hand in hand with investors on nature-based solutions and change their narrative. The time is certainly right to be bold and creative, and to use land and nature to build back better, or rather, to build forward towards a better future. The upcoming GEF replenishment is an opportunity for the international community to show bold financial commitment to land restoration, which is, as seen by the G20 ministers, cost-effective solutions to address biodiversity loss and other environmental challenges, yielding high social and economic returns. The UNCCD stands ready to play its part in efforts leading to a full replenishment of our facility. As you said, Carlos Manuel, we expect to have our COP15 by late 2021. We will update you as we get closer. 2021 will be the first time all 3 Rio conventions will have their COPs. It will also be the first year of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. This is a wonderful opportunity for all of us, including the GEF family. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. And yeah, as I said with Elizabeth, we look forward for a very successful COP in our very dear convention, which is a glue convention for everything else that we do at the GEF. So I thank you so much, Ibrahim, for this. Now I move over to Monica Stankiewicz, which is the Executive Secretary of the Minamata Convention, to address the floor. Monica, the floor is yours. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. And let me start once more by congratulating you, Carlos Manuel, for being elected as the CEO and the chair of the GEF. And thank you for opportunity to address the council for the first time as executive secretary. It is really a pleasure to be here. The Minamata Convention has just passed its 3-year mark. We are a young convention and we enjoy the momentum of being a young convention. The GEF and the council members have played a pivotal role in the convention and in reaching its objectives, including through the decision to include the Minamata Convention in the GEF instrument. Thanks to the effort beginning in GEF 5 and GEF 6, we have the groundwork in place. We have a good foundation of Minamata initial assessments, which have been a very useful enabling activity and helped many countries to take their obligation on. We are reaching early milestones in our convention, including the 2020 deadline for parties to phase out manufacturing, import and export of listed mercury added products. We already have 125 parties, and these parties are engaged and invested in the convention. We have excellent rates of national reporting and of identification of national focal points and strong engagement in intersessional processes. We believe this also speaks to the interest of our parties in full and timely implementation of the convention, for which GEF investments have been and remain critically important. GEF Mercury investments are sound investments. Not only do they achieve global environmental benefits in terms of mercury use and emission reductions, they also add value to advance the overall GEF portfolio. Investing in management of chemicals and waste and in the Minamata Convention is investing in sustainable inclusive development with clear benefits to human health and well-being, to economy, to ecosystem goods and services derived from seas and oceans, to biodiversity and nature reserves. On the other hand, climate action brings clear benefits to our efforts to address mercury. Implementation of the convention is a means to build better and create a better world post-COVID-19 pandemic. Let me now update you on the convention activities as we move towards our conference of the parties. It is scheduled for 5th November 2021 in Bali, hosted by Indonesia, and it will focus on several substantive issues. It will further consider and decide on how to carry out the evaluation of the effectiveness of the Minamata Convention based on comparable monitoring data, information on mercury trade, supply and demand, national reporting, and other information such as on the operation of financial assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building arrangements. The COP will also review the first set of national reports, which has brought additional information from the national level forward on the supply of mercury, the trade in mercury, stocks in mercury currently held, as well as disposal sites of mercury. It will also look into the work of the Implementation and Compliance Committee. Further, the COP is expected to decide on a number of technical matters, such as guidance on mercury releases, waste thresholds, and management of mine tailings from ASGM, as well as on the results of the review of annexes to the Convention, mercury-added products and processes using mercury. Regarding the financial mechanism, which includes the GEF, it is to note that the COP will consider terms of reference for the second review of the financial mechanism. And these are all matters that are to support parties in the implementation of the Convention. When I became the Executive Secretary of the Convention early this year, I continue to be really impressed by the design of the Convention and how well suited it is for implementation. While Minamata Convention only deals with one chemical, which happens to be an element, it addresses that chemical across many sectors and at every stage of the life cycle. Its measures are specific and actionable, and they include flexibility for countries to implement based on national circumstances, as well as formal and informal supply chains. The realities are very different in different countries. Some need to close down mercury mines. Some need to address enormous amounts of mercury use in ASGM. Some need to revamp production processes. Some need to ensure that energy production does not come with a health price tag that population should not have to pay. These are the real implementation challenges, and I would say that the GEF, up through this work program, has met the challenges admirably and must continue to do so. Therefore, I would like to recognize the progress made to help countries through this work program and note our continuing interest in engaging with parties, GEF implementing agencies, and the GEF Secretariat in the project development stage. Artisan small-scale gold mining is an example of how implementation needs to match the complexity of the issue. GEF programming on this began many years ago in the International Waters Window, and now it remains a program with benefits across focal areas. It was groundbreaking then, and it is groundbreaking today. GEF programming for SGM includes enabling activities in the form of national action plans to the broad program node as Planet Gold and Gold Plus. And I have used SGM as an example, but it is to note that the convention works across many sectors, and let me say a few words about the upcoming national reporting that is due by the end of December 2021. Our reporting requirements have been very well designed based on collective experience of reporting under different other instruments in past years, and also thanks to the convention being very concrete. So reporting is expected to give conclusive information on the level of implementation for every important article of the convention, and also providing information on challenges and effectiveness. The result will help to identify gaps and needs so the convention can provide support to the parties in solving them, including through the financial mechanism. The reporting results will also be useful for implementation of GEF 8. GEF investments to date are providing needed resources, expertise, and strategic thinking. And let me mention here that the other component of our financial mechanism, the specific international program, is proceeding at pace with the third round of applications opening next week. This program, the GEF Mercury program, and the special program on institutional strengthening for chemicals cluster all coordinate so to avoid duplication of efforts and, importantly, to ensure that we are leveraging the strength of each. Distinguished Council members, let me now look into the future. So what are the expectations from GEF? GEF 7 was designed when the convention was not yet in force. This meant a strong investment in enabling activities and transformational proof of concept approaches like GEF Gold. For GEF 8, I believe we are in a position to seek larger global environmental benefits in terms of emission reduction. We are also in position to seek transformation change in trade and supply chains relative to mercury. And we need to ensure that our implementation really matches the life cycle design of the convention. For example, address the waste resulting from phasing out certain products and industrial processes. The immediate and actionable step remains to reduce and stop the use of as in ASGM, as it creates tangible results for the human health and the environment nearly instantly. In the modern world, we want to move towards no more mercury use in ASGM, knowing the devastating effects of mercury, its transboundary movement, and that efficient, effective alternative approaches exist. Together, we need to ensure that targets and monitoring for individual projects and across portfolio match the ambition of the convention. The resulting information will be of significant interest also to other work under the convention. And I have listened with great interest to your discussion on the staff recommendations presented by Ms. Rosina Birbao to look at the environmental, social, economic co-benefits and trade-offs in projects. Science and indigenous peoples' knowledge have helped us to understand and demonstrate how requirement interventions in mercury benefits to human health. The work could continue together and further build additional evidence, so we could be intentional in building linkages between different sectors and maximizing the benefits. As I close, I would like also to know the importance we place on management of knowledge, knowledge management, and on the need for all our partners to learn from successful interventions and actions that have been less successful. Sound knowledge management supports awareness raising and sharing of scientific information, all of which will provide multiplier benefits across our programs. To conclude, our expectations from the GEF are high, and the Minnesota Convention COP guidance to GEF provides information on overall strategies, policies, and program priorities. You may have listened to the recent speech by our Secretary General at Columbia University on the state of the planet, and you may have your own favorite quote from that speech. Mine is "Making peace with nature is the defining task for the 21st century." And this also means making mercury history. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica, so much, and wish you a very successful 2021 and a very successful COP in Bali in November next year. We look forward to that. And last but not least, I would like to give the floor to Rolf Aget, Executive Secretary of the Basel Rotterdam Stockholm Conventions. Hi, Rolf. Thanks for joining us at the Council. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And once again, my sincere congratulations on your appointment as Chairman and CEO of the Global Environment Facility. I would also like to thank the GEF and all its staff for our continued collaboration and hard work together, and looking forward to further implementation of the Stockholm Convention, which, as you know, is the GEF is the financial mechanism for. So we can move to the next slide. So my presentation will be on two parts. Next slide, please. Okay, got it. Where is it? Okay. Okay, just to give a brief overview to you, the members of the GEF, and also constituency council members. We will be having, as mentioned in your speech, the 2021 meetings of the Conference of the Parties, the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions next year. And this will be held from the 19th to 30th of July 2021 in Geneva, Switzerland. And there will be a one-day high-level segment, which I'm hoping we will be able to get ministers and other high-level representatives, including you, Carlos, to be present in order to address the parties and to discuss the various themes of the triple conventions. The main theme for this upcoming COPs is global agreements for a healthy planet, sound management of chemicals and wastes. And I think it is self-explanatory here is where we'll be looking at how global agreements can continue to support and foster for a healthy planet, not only in terms of human health, but also in terms of planetary health, including biodiversity, the atmosphere, the oceans, and so on. Preparations for these triple COPs are already underway. And as you know, they're quite complex, trying to run 3 Conference of the Parties at the same time. So preparations have to start earlier. And the Joint Bureau is already meeting at the end of January to discuss organizational matters. We also have a scenario on discussing how we're going to organize the COP should the issues with COVID-19 persist and prevent parties from engaging fully in the negotiations of the COP. During the period of May and June 2021, we will also have the regional preparatory meetings, and this will be back-to-back with the ICCM5 regional preparatory meetings as well. Of course, as always, there are numerous opportunities for the GEF CEO to engage at the 2021 COPs, and we will be in touch with you and colleagues to explore the different ways where we can interact. Next slide, please. So the financial mechanism of the Stockholm Convention, as I've mentioned before, is the GEF. And just to remind all of us, this is coming from decision SC 915, and its scope covers needs assessment to cover financial needs of countries from the period 2020 to 2026. It also includes the 5th review of the financial mechanism to cover period 2016 to 2020. Thirdly, the guidance to the mechanism to cover priority areas for 2020 to 2022, and the GEF report to the COP, which includes also collaboration between the secretariats and also additional funding resources and means to access them within the fund. And finally, input of all the above into the GEF 8 replenishment negotiations. So these are the key areas where we will be interfacing with the GEF. In terms of national implementation plans for the Stockholm Convention transmitted as of 8th December 2020, as you can see, we have very high rates of transmission. We already have 184 parties, and already 171 parties have transmitted their national implementation plans. So we are doing very well there. Next slide, please. The status, however, is very different when we look over the years from COP4 to COP9. And we see that there's been a consistent decrease in NIP updates. There are many reasons for this, but I think it is an area where we need to look at closely to see how we can improve the NIP updates transmitted to the Stockholm Convention, as this is a very important process in ensuring that countries are implementing their obligations under the Stockholm Convention. We'll be working very closely with the GEF and with implementing agencies to see and to explore strategies on how we can improve the number of parties that have transmitted their. And that brings me to the next slide, which is work that we've been doing together with the GEF, which is looking at the effectiveness evaluation. And this comes from the mandate of Article 16 of the Stockholm Convention, which asks the Secretariat to periodically evaluate the effectiveness of the specific measures taken to implement the Convention, including ways to improve its effectiveness. We had a first round of effectiveness evaluation, which was adopted at COP8 in 2017. And the second round is currently due for initiation in COP10 and in our COP next year. These effectiveness evaluations are very important because it identifies not only the opportunities, but also the challenges we've had in the implementation of the Stockholm Convention. And that, of course, de facto includes our partners and, of course, the financial mechanism, the Global Environment Facility. So I invite you and colleagues in the GEF to work with us in developing the effectiveness report, as we will need to have access to data and information to ensure that parties can make the relevant recommendations and decisions, of course, at the COP in 2023. Next slide, please. In addressing the limited data available from national reports, and that comes back to my previous slide on reporting rates, we've been exploring opportunities on moving towards an electronic method of the submission of the national implementation plans. Of course, with the arrival of COVID-19, a lot of the work now is moving online. So it presents us an opportunity to continue working with parties to see whether we can move to an online format for the submission of reports. And we had a medium-sized project funded through the GEF, implemented by UNEP in response to those decisions. So there's been the development of an electronic template for quantitative and qualitative information contained in the NIPS. That will also help us in extracting data if it's digital, and also processing those data for better decision making. It will also help us in harmonizing with national reporting as well. So the module 1 is currently being pilot tested in 6 countries. And in preparation now, we have module 2, which is the POPs inventory module, module 3, which is the guidance module, and module 4, which is the queries module. So hopefully, 2021 will be able to roll out the full program and hopefully report at the subsequent GEF Council meeting the outcomes of this project. Next slide. In terms of persistent organic pollutants, POPs, and plastic waste, as you probably all know, plastic waste also contains a number of additives as well as unintended residues. So there is a role and mandate for Stockholm Convention to engage in the issue of plastic wastes, as is Basel currently dealing with. POPs are widely present in plastic products and in plastic waste. POPs in plastic products and plastic waste can be released, and they are indeed released in the oceans when they break down into small particles, and there is increasing evidence of the accumulation of POPs arising from plastics in marine biota and fisheries, as well as in agriculture, where, as you know, plastics are extensively used to increase productivity, and of course, other agro purposes. There's the various POPs plastic additives are listed under the Stockholm Convention, which therefore becomes an item of concern, not only for the Stockholm Convention Secretariat, but also for the GEF. When plastic articles with POPs become waste, they also need to be managed in accordance with the Basel, and as I mentioned before, the Stockholm Convention. Next slide, please. So in terms of plastic waste synergies, there's been traditionally a work being done between the 2 conventions, the Stockholm and the Basel Convention. And I just want to remind all of us that we had the plastic waste amendments under the Basel Convention to further address actions to address plastic waste. We're also now currently developing technical guidelines and identification and environmentally sound management of plastic waste, and the development of other tools and guidance, including inventories, as well as technical assistance on POPs and plastic waste. Just want to add here that it is important that we work with the GEF to develop a clear GEF strategy on how it intends to support plastic waste under the especially the additives under the Stockholm Convention. Next slide. Technical guidance on POPs waste. The mandate is given under the respective decisions of the Basel Convention and the respective decision under the Stockholm Convention. And currently there's a small intersessional working group under the Basel Convention involving also Stockholm parties to develop and update POPs waste guidelines. This is very important work in order to support the implementation of the convention in various countries and also within industry as well. Current work of the group for adoption at the Basel COP includes general technical guidelines, guidelines on PFOS, PFOA technical guidelines, I'll come to those terminologies later on, and POPs pesticides guidelines. Next slide, please. Joint communication with the GEF and the BRS Secretariat. I'm very happy to say that this is ongoing and growing now, where we want to create more awareness on the work that the GEF is doing with respect to chemicals and waste, and also the relevant work in terms of implementation of the Stockholm Convention. And I think it's important for us to continue to work together to increase communications and awareness in this area. So this is a list of the different communications we have, and I'm looking forward to an op-ed together with technical articles in the relevant GEF newsletters coming up, especially with the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Stockholm Convention. And there, I would like to invite the GEF Council members and others to work with us on the events to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Stockholm Convention. What we've been able to achieve, what impact we've been able to create in different parts of the world, and obviously what are the lessons that we've learned and how we can use that to make a better aid replenishment for the implementation of the Stockholm Convention. The next slide, please. We have also launched, together with the Minamata Convention, a study on the interlinkages with climate change and biodiversity. These studies are ongoing and will be ready very soon, and we will be very happy to present to the GEF as well the results of that study that we've done. And this is basically looking at the interrelation, especially among the MEAs dealing with climate change and the MEAs dealing with biodiversity with regards to the chemicals and waste MEAs as well. There's been a lot of discussions, as you know, in the past within the respective MEAs. There's also reference to this in the Aichi targets in biodiversity. There's also been references in the UNFCCC discussions on emissions, especially, which where you have POPs and mercury as well in the emissions. So there's a lot of leakages. And together with Minamata, we've brought these two documents together. And I wish to also thank our colleagues in the MEAs who have helped to peer review these documents and to ensure that they are of a good representation and reflects the situation as it stands today. So we're looking at the GEF for us to see how we can work together in building further on those linkages. Next slide. So the next part, sorry to bore you, but there's a lot of work, as you know, within Stockholm and the GEF. So please permit me to take 5 more minutes of your time. And part 2 is looking at the assessment and funding needs and priorities for GEF 8, which is, of course, very important for us in terms of the demands of the parties to the Stockholm Convention and the priorities and needs as well of those parties. Next slide. So we can see here a quick review of the needs assessment for 2020-2026. Sorry to give you a nice picture here, but as you can see, the size of the arrows means the importance and how big the issue is, and how much work there needs to be done, and without any further discussion, as you know, we've done a lot of work on DDT. As you know, the work still goes on DDT, but the use of DDT has reduced drastically. Work on other legacy POPs as well has done, and the amounts have reduced drastically, but we need not forget about those 2 areas. Of course, there's still a lot of work to be done with regards to PCB equipment, and of course, a growing priority of dealing with UPOPs, which have very strong links with the climate change emissions as well, which as we've seen is also of enormous priority for us. The work of PCBs is important. There's been a lot of emphasis and a lot of funding geared towards PCB elimination and PCB collection and management, but I think there needs to be, or this needs to stay on the priority list. So I would say that in GEF 8, PCBs remains an issue and will require continued specific attention in the GEF 8 discussions. Next slide, please. So in terms of needs assessment, we also have new POPs listed and new POPs to be included in the national implementation plans and of increasing relevance to the GEF 8. Here I have a little pie chart. As you can see here, the HBCDs, which is mostly from electronic equipment, electronic materials, is becoming a big issue. And the other two are also big issue in agriculture and in industrial production as well. So we will need to focus on these two areas as well. The primary findings on needs assessment for 2022-2026 identify 600,000 tons of these new POPs that needs to be properly managed in the next decade or so. And if we try to put a price to this, let's say conservatively $1,000 per ton, you can see how this amount significantly increases and way beyond the current portfolio allocation for the whole chemicals and waste portfolio, which means that we will need to work harder and longer to increase the portfolio for chemicals and waste in the GEF 8 replenishment. And I'm just placing this here so that we can start reflecting and thinking how we're gonna do this in GEF 8. Next slide, please. So preliminary outcomes of the international processes on the 5th review of the financial mechanism and needs assessment. Conclusions are legacy POPs still remain relevant in GEF 8. There is a 2025 deadline looming for PCBs in GEF 8, and we need to look at this. There need to be increasing focus and more specific guidance on new POPs in GEF 8, and this is important work that we need to do. The needs for more detailed quantitative targets, ideally for each POP, especially in GEF 8. GEF 8 priorities needs to strike a balance between legacy and new POPs. These are policy issues that will need to be discussed. There is a need to support national implementation plans, updating, through moving to the electronic NIPS, which I talked about before, and its link to efficiency in national reporting. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for attention. I hope I've not been too long, but I hope I have been able to draw for you a roadmap, our roadmap, with regards to Stockholm Convention and our work that we have ahead of us with the Global Environment Facility. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you so much, Rolf. It was excellent, and we expect next year to have very important and relevant outcomes in every single COP as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Stockholm Convention and the 30th anniversary of the GEF as well. With this, I thank you all, the executive secretaries, for their presentation. And now I would like to open the floor for comments and questions from Council to the executive secretaries. I will pass it over to William, our secretary, so he can be able to announce the list of speakers. William, over to you.
Thank you very much. Sana from the CSO Network has requested the floor.
Thank you very much. The 4 presentations and a lot of learning issues. So I will be going one by one. Allow me to start from the last Stockholm Convention to Raffles. So presentation and progress, and that to and it helps to go where we go. If you don't we don't do anything. So thanks for this. My first point is to global agreement for healthy planet. So what particular sound chemical management you are considering, what you have now, what are the gaps, and how and what to fill up so that you can claim sound global planet. Second point is there are effectiveness evaluation. Very good. Everyone is doing effective evaluation and participative evaluation and many other ways. What is additionality you have? Example, when you make evaluation, do you make advanced plan? Do you define how many people from government, civil society, private sector, beneficiaries, men, women will be participating? Do you define their roles and responsibilities? Do you empower them so that they can contribute? Because this is very technical thing. The beneficiaries are highly vulnerable and they may not have that level of technical capabilities. So this third point is about the plastic waste. We have millions of tons plastic waste and its emission and impacts are huge. So my point is, do you have any mechanism to use these waste plastics for the development efforts that can reduce, we cannot stop, that can reduce the impacts of the plastic waste? Second part of your presentation, we really appreciate that we have done needs assessment. There are a lot of activities have been going on globally. They don't have the needs assessment. They don't know what to be done. They don't know where they are starting. They don't know where they want to go. And you have done it. We appreciate it. So my question to you, do you have the baseline also, and also the capacity baseline, and then the targets? Example, you want to, what level of achievement you want to have under GEF 8? Example, if you have a baseline, then you may go for there. Thank you. This is for the Stockholm Convention, and the next is to Monica for Minamata Convention. Thanks. The national reporting system and inclusiveness, we really appreciate it. Is there any, because you talked about the harmonized national reporting, what are the mechanism, what are the indicators, what are the system, what are the elements that you placed that you can claim it is inclusive and it is harmonized with other countries? And how do you're talking the better, under what additional condition we can claim that better world? What we have now, what is missing, and what do we want to do? And then we can claim the better world. GEF 7, larger global environmental challenge to reduce the mercury use, and ultimately we don't want to use no more mercury. So my question is, what are the countries, mainly the developed countries, are producing more mercuries, and what is your specific approach to those particular countries so that we don't get affected because of mercury? Thanks to Monica. Now next to Ibrahim from desertification.
Sano, sorry for interrupting you. I will, highly recommend you to wrap up because we got a long speakers list and we're a little bit late on the agenda, and if we cannot be able to cover all your questions, we can facilitate a response from the secretaries to you. Thank you, Sano.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
William, can we go with the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Ornella from Albania, followed by Marika from Argentina.
Hello. I don't know if you are hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. So thank you, William, and thank to all the presenters for all the presentations. So everything is about economy in our countries, but everything is about economy. And why I am saying that? Because 100% of our GDP is coming from environmental assets, from nature assets. And in this overview, for example, I will show you that we are now doing the fourth communication, national communication, the fourth, the inventory of gases in our country. But in 4 governments, we don't have a single word about the emission of the gases in our country. And another example is the USEN research in the last days for the Mediterranean Sea as one of the most polluted sea in the world. And in this case, what are concretely we doing with the GEF projects if we are not measuring the performance of the states and the performance of the countries in the pollution in the way? So in my opinion, we need to set up a system with that will measure the performance of the countries, how they reach their targets for these conventions in the end, with clear indicators. Thank you.
Thank you. Manrique from Argentina has the floor, followed by Renato.
Thank you very much. Very brief. We support the recommended decision. Thank you to the on this agenda item, and thank you to the secretaries of the conventions. This year and probably next year will be a very challenging one with regards to negotiations due to the virtual way in which we are conducting business. So every effort we can make once things get to the new normality, so to speak, will be very, very important. We really need to have concrete solutions to the challenges that we are facing in the different conventions. This is no news at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Renato from Brazil has the floor.
Thank you, William, and my special thanks to Elizabeth, Ibrahim, Monica, and Rolf for their rich presentation. We welcome the efforts made by the GEF to deepen the collaborations with the Stockholm and Minamata Convention through different meetings between the respective secretariats, as well as through technical seminars. These meetings can provide guidance to the GEF in future COPs, since this did not happen in the previous COPs held by the convention. We also believe that the GEF, in addition to strengthening its relationship with these agreements, of which it is a financial mechanism, can contribute to promoting the necessary synergy as appropriate between all the agreements related to chemicals and waste, and taking into account their respective scope and legal autonomy, as well as the special needs for developing countries. In particular, it will be important to explore the possibility of collaborating with the Strategic Approach to International Chemicals Management, SICOM, with the goal of implementing the new post-2020 framework on the comprehensive management of chemical and waste. It is also necessary to strengthen complementarity in the implementation of the convention and their financial mechanism. So in this regard, we insist on the importance of an articulated relationship between GEF and the Green Climate Fund for the formulation, implementation, and execution of projects, especially when they converge on thematic and geographic areas. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Mette from Norway has the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you very much to the leaders of the different convention secretariat for their presentations. It reminds us of the importance of the success of GEF 7 and important inputs for the GEF 8. Your presentations also show us the importance of strong links between the convention and the GEF. The MOUs between the GEF and several of the conventions state that the secretariats shall communicate, cooperate, and consult on a regular basis to facilitate the effectiveness of the GEF as the financial mechanism. And transparency of this interaction is crucial. Some conventions or secretariats of the conventions are involved in the various stages of the project and program cycles as part of their mandate, as also raised by the leader of the Minamata Convention. We have before raised that there is a challenge that sometimes the secretariat conventions are not copied when agencies are submitting their concepts, and this make it difficult for the secretariats to comment to the project. Last year we took up this in relation to the Stockholm Convention, and we would just like to hear some more information on how that has been followed up. As also stated in previous council meetings, we have looked for more information on how the GEF Secretariat has cooperated with the same Stockholm Conventions on measures to deal with marine plastic litter under the two focal areas, chemical and waste and international waters. We would like to see some more information on how the GEF Secretariat works with the Convention on this issue. And it would be good to see that either in the this report that we are reviewing now or the annual monitoring report. Regarding the dialogue between the GEF and the GCF, we look forward to receiving the proposed long-term vision for the cooperation at the next council meeting. And as a background to that long-term vision, we would appreciate to see a description on how we work together today and an update on your experiences with the coordinated engagement pilot as a background to this long-term vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob from the US has the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, executive secretaries, for those very interesting and informative presentations. Monica, Elizabeth, Ibrahim, and Rolf, it's nice to see you, even if it's only virtually. So really appreciate the time and the presentations. As always, we, the US, appreciate the ongoing coordination with the MEAs by the GEF Secretariat, including their engagement at the conferences of the parties. In particular, we have appreciated recent and rapid efforts to establish the programming modalities for the biennial transparency reports associated with the Paris Agreement. We think these modalities will help speed countries' access to support for reporting through their switch from a program-based to a standalone project-based modality, and will additionally reduce unnecessary reporting duplication. We welcome that these proposed modalities and costs have been developed in advance of the GEF 8 replenishment so that we can ensure climate reporting is adequately and robustly supported. That's that. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no further requests for the floor.
Thank you, William, and thanks to all council members for the different interventions. So, William, I will pass it over to you so you can go through the executive secretary so they can react to the questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's start with those who are thankfully able to remain. So, Monica, would you like to take the floor?
So much. I will try to be very brief, and I'm very happy to provide any further information, perhaps later in writing, for the sake of time. I will start with the question of national reporting system. It is the first time ever that we will be receiving full on the convention. It is an electronic system, and the questions have been very carefully thought through already in the negotiation process. So they are very straightforward with answers yes or no. And to give an example, if there is a requirement in the convention for mining not to be to be phased out, or existing mining at the time of entry of the convention for a country to phase out by within a certain number of years, then there is a straightforward question to it. So there is a good opportunity to compare and to have straightforward results of it. And so I would think that there is a common basis for all countries really to provide as good answers as they can. There was a question about production or the supply of mercury, and again the convention does address the supply, so it regulates mining of the convention and regulates what to do with excess mercury flow from chloralkali industry and from other sources, and the whole idea is really to limit this supply, so there will be less and less of mercury on the market and in the use over time, and that could be tracked. There was a question about emissions. In the convention, there are requirements for using BAT and BET for the new sources of emissions, but also measures to control emissions for the existing sources. And there is a list of options for parties to choose from. Parties are required to establish inventories of emissions within 5 years. So this is still an ongoing process, but those inventories would allow for the parties themselves to know exactly what their emissions are and what is the progress, and also doing this emission evaluation is relatively straightforward process, even though it does require some understanding, some expert support, a number of developing countries, to give an example. And the last point perhaps I would pick is about the possibilities for Minamata Convention Secretariat to contribute to the phase when the projects are being formed, and of course this is overall very much appreciated. We did provide input to this process prior to the GEF Council in June, and this is something that I mentioned also in my presentation, to have possibility to do so in time, to have sufficient time to do it, it's very valuable. It allows us to have also co-ownership for the process, but we do have substantial expertise and knowledge about the gaps, so simply can help. So this is an important point, I would say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Rolf, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you very much. I will start with maybe some comments made by the countries and then move on to the CSO. So comment made by Brazil on the post-2020 framework. I would just like to say that we are fully engaged with the SciCam process and the post-2020 framework, as it is a very, very important global framework for chemicals management in particular. So one of the things, as you can see, we are doing some back-to-back meetings with them, which will allow, again, this cross-fertilization and discussions among parties on overall chemicals approach. In terms of the points raised by Norway, we just have one concern, which is concerning the submission of projects for us to review at the peak stage. That is still an issue that we're trying to resolve together with the GEF, but I would invite the GEF to give some further guidance on when we will be able to solve this particular issue. With regards to the points raised by the CSO, yes, the evaluation is part of a requirement under the convention, is to evaluate the effectiveness of the convention. As you know, we are dealing with a very, very complex chemicals. I mean, even though we have 28 chemicals listed, we have a group like PFAS or any others. In there are 4,000 different types of chemicals. So we're not dealing really with 28, but several thousands of chemicals. And different countries have different uses, different impacts, different concerns. So it's very challenging and complex. And that is why our collaboration and work with the GEF is very, very important, because it allows us to prioritize, identify, and also to take into consideration the needs of countries when we take those decisions. So the needs assessment is critically important, and that is why we put a lot of emphasis on the NIPS, so that countries have an opportunity to share with us their needs, and so we can use that to prioritize action and activities. And as you all know as well, we have a global network of regional centers for Stockholm Convention. And these regional centers really are our helping arms in working together with implementing agencies and executive agencies of the GEF to ensure that those initiatives are implemented on the ground. And of course, we get the results, we get the quantities, the quantification of how we've addressed some of these chemicals so that we can report back, we can evaluate, and then we can address and modify our strategies or relook at what we've been doing before in the past. So I will just stop here and just say that looking forward to working with the GEF for the GEF aid replenishment. As I've said before, we need to strategize and to think through how we can increase the chemicals and waste portfolio. As I've illustrated, the needs are still very, very high. And countries, are looking at us to see how we can support them in having national chemicals and waste management issues tackled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I understand, Jyoti, you want to speak on behalf of Elizabeth? If so, you may take the floor.
Thank you so much. And apologies from Elizabeth, who had to leave immediately since she had a very long-standing engagement at 10 o'clock. On behalf of the Biodiversity Convention, we are very pleased to have spoken here, Elizabeth being given a space to speak. I think there were no real questions addressed to us, but we would be pleased to talk about synergies. As you know, we are in the middle of negotiating our post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. This is a framework for all, so we don't say it's only for the Biodiversity Convention, but it is for all conventions and initiatives and programs and processes to help implement. It has a lot of synergies with the Minamata Convention, the Stockholm Convention, the Rio Conventions, as well as the biodiversity related conventions. And so we hope that in the process of its implementation, all other goals and indicators are also taken into account from the other processes. Finally, I would welcome you to look at our updated Zero draft. It has 4 goals, which will help us meet our 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. And one of the goals is for means of implementation to be available for implementing and achieving all the goals and targets of the framework. So we welcome you to look at the framework, and we appreciate any comments or support for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jody, for stepping in for Elizabeth. We're really happy to have you over here. And with this, I would like to conclude this first section of this agenda item. I would like to thank you so much to all the secretaries that were able to join us. Also, I would like to thank our colleague Chizuru, which did a fabulous job in coordinating this effort. And now we'd like to enter into the second section of our discussion of this agenda item, which is the document consideration for the approval of the Council. So I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GF/C59/10. I see no objections for the adoption of this decision regarding this agenda item. So I adopt that decision. I thank you so much to all the council members. With this, we finish this agenda item, which is the agenda item 17, relations with the conventions and other international institutions. We are just 1 minute to finish today's session, and I've been consulting with the Secretariat on how to proceed, because we have a agenda item 15 pending, which is the impact of COVID-19 on the GEF project preparation and implementation. And we got two pending decision on agenda items related to the private sector engagement and the work program. So I would like to recommend that we move agenda item 15 to tomorrow morning, first time, which is the report on the impact of COVID-19, and I would like to propose to council members that we can take probably half an hour more, recognizing that it's very late in the far east. Half an hour more to see if we can be able to generate consensus on those two agenda items that we have. If you agree with this, I would like to go forward. So I will open the floor to see if there's any objections to do this change of agenda. Okay, thank you. I presume that this is a yes. So we'll be moving agenda item number 15 to tomorrow. The two pending agenda item decisions are related to the private sector strategy, engagement strategy, and the work plan. I would probably recommend that we can open the discussion for the proposal that came from Manrique's constituency. As you remember, early this morning, we began this discussion based on the text that was provided by Manrique. As we finished that discussion early this morning, the Secretariat was able to present a alternative text that we've been working between some council members, and there's a kind of a consensus on a improved text to the one that we were able to provide, that I tend to believe, William, that we recently shared with everybody. Is that correct, William?
Yes, we shared the original version. And
okay.
Now there's an amendment to that, yes.
Yes, that amendment was shared a few minutes ago. So there seems that
sorry, I have not sent the amendments yet.
Okay.
So if you want me to send it out, I can send it immediately.
Yes, yes, please, William, if you can send that amendment version as we can explain the content of that, and I would probably like to give the floor to Manrique to explain us a little bit about the content of that latest version that we were able to work a little bit. So Manrique, over to you, and I encourage the others, council members, to be able to give us your opinion on this last version. Thank you, William. Over to you, Manrique.
Thank you, Manuel, and thank you to the Secretariat for providing a compromise solution, and with very minor changes. We have been consulting with recipients from our region, from the Asia, from Africa, from also other constituencies. I don't want to mention all, because there are really many, and it seems we have a common understanding on the proposal by the Secretariat, and we are hopeful that we can get to an agreement in incorporating, some which in fact are like concepts that are already there in the GEF policies, and we really wish to have them here. With this, I just turn over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Manrique, and I thank you so much for the effort being done by your constituency and other constituencies in generating this consensus on this text. The text was just distributed a few minutes ago, so I won't force any adoption on that text, and I will ask all council members to review, read, study, and consult that latest version that Manrique is talking us about, and we can come up tomorrow with the final ratification on that text. So I want to give council members enough time, as we understand that there is general consensus on this text, so we can bring this up tomorrow, and you will have enough time. So I don't want to push for a decision right now, as I am conscious that we've been doing a great effort to generate consensus. I would like to thank Manrique once more for the effort to be here, and this gives me great. Makes me very happy that we've been able to not only deal with this issue, but most importantly, we'll be close to have a decision on approving the private sector engagement strategy, which is an effort that has been done by council members and the Secretariat, and I think that it will be a great decision in the right direction as we will begin the replenishment process next year. So I thank you, Manrique, so much for that, and if you agree with me, I will bring this tomorrow very early, so we can have kind of a adoption of that agenda pending that we've been talking so much. Well, thank you for that. And the other agenda topic that we have pending is with respect to the work program that it was presented today by Gustavo. We had a proposal by Stefan to enhance and add to the proposed draft decision that the Secretariat presented. So I would like to also try to see if we have consensus on, what that draft decision should look like. So I would also like now to open the floor, since everybody already has these proposal from Stefan to give us their comments about that, and I hope that we can, be able to also generate consensus on what that decision should look like. So I open the floor.
Thank you, Manrique from Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thank you, William. After consultations in my constituency, we agree with Stefan's proposal. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Manrique. No more speaker on the list.
Nobody else is asking for the floor so far.
Gustavo, you want to make any comment on this very specific topic?
Richard from Australia has requested the floor.
Over to Richard.
Thank you. I just wanted to, as I think I mentioned earlier on, it'd be good to maybe get some thoughts on the potential impact of delays if we accepted the proposal. recognizing we've got a flexible approach that was already adopted yesterday. I just would like to understand better the potential impact of a rigid approach to approval as set out in the proposal. Thank you.
Nobody else for now.
Thank you, Richard. I would like to have a guidance from council members if we are in a position to be able to decide on the proposal. Oh, you got Marita on the floor. Marita, you got the floor.
Go ahead, Marita, the floor is yours.
If you couldn't hear, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the delay. No, I just wanted to say that we would appreciate some more time to consider this item, if possible, given that it has quite a potentially a big impact on timelines and so on. And I think it would be, as Richard said, also we would like to better understand what the implications of such a proposal would be in terms of delays, etc. Thank you.
Okay, good point, and thanks for that, Marita. So I think that it would be worth sleeping over with this agenda item, and I will bring it back tomorrow, so we can, if you agree with me, we can begin tomorrow with the COVID-19 GEF project preparation presentation, and immediately after we finish that first agenda item, we can come back once more and be able to talk about these two agenda items that will be left pending for today. If you agree with this, you can proceed that way. Any comments and any objections to ways forward?
Oh, I think it's panelists. I think why not? There, panelists.
Yes, Tom, you're requesting the floor. Please go
ahead. Thank you, William. Thank you, Carlos. Just to help us out with considering the two items, could it be possible for the Secretariat to, on the private sector engagement strategy, confirm that the language is consistent with existing GEF policy as Ben asked previously? That will provide us a lot of comfort, and then we can expeditiously deal with the matter tomorrow. And then also in writing, because there will be a lot of questions about sequencing, the impacts of delays, and so on and so forth. Just having a sense, if we were to adopt Stefan's proposal as agreed by Manrique, what does that really mean in concrete terms? So that when we take the decision, it is informed, and we can go back and say that it was measured as well. Thank you.
Good point, Tom. And yes, we will do that today. So you will have that today, and you can have the time you needed to review that. We will send that in written, of course.
Stephanie has the floor from France, followed by Manrique and Stefan.
You hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I just wanted to remind the additional point we wanted to raise about the other projects that are still to be endorsed. If the Secretariat has any view on that, and if there is a need for the Secretariat and for other council members, to discuss about that in another item of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Enrique, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. In my previous intervention, with regards to Stefan's proposal, I was just conveying the message from the operational focal points of my region. They don't see any problems with the proposal. But I mean, I consulted with them, and the operational focal points don't see any problems. Maybe it would be important that operational focal points from other recipient countries also comment. On our side, there is no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stefan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Chairman, for your wise decision to say, well, let's have a few hours to think about it until tomorrow. But just one point we would like to add is whether we take the decision with the addition that we have submitted, or whether we leave that one away, the real realities on the ground will be that it may take a little bit longer. It's just with the amended text, it makes it clear that what all needs to be in place, what all needs to be put forward before council will be looking at projects. And I can only echo what Manrique just said. Go and ask your operational focal points. They are the ones on the terrain that know the time frame, the mechanics of how things function. And of course, it would also be very relevant and interesting to hear what the colleagues from the GEF Secretariat think about it. I know this is looking into the future. Nobody knows exactly what happens and how much it might delay things. And we certainly, and this is, I want to stress it again, we certainly do not want to burden the client countries, the recipient countries, by this addition that we proposed. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Shaibu from Niger, you have the floor.
Merci. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. Allô?
Oui, allez-y.
Vous m'entendez, M. William?
Oui, nous entendons, oui. Allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Ok, merci. Non, je voudrais, sauf une mauvaise compréhension du texte en anglais de ma part, et il y a le dernier paragraphe, ça me gêne à deux niveaux, ou du moins, bon, j'ai quelques zones d'ombre. Et quand on dit, y compris les points focaux, donc par rapport à la communication, l'agence et les parties prenantes, et un autre aspect, moi je pense que ce soit le secteur privé ou n'importe quel promoteur, le point focaux opérationnel du FEM sont des portes d'entrée. Ils constituent les portes d'entrée pour n'importe quel projet FEM. Même s'ils n'endossent pas le projet, le cas du secteur privé, je pense qu'ils sont utiles à deux titres. Non seulement c'est le représentant du gouvernement pour ce qui concerne le FEM, donc il va vérifier la conformité du projet par rapport aux objectifs du pays. En plus, indépendamment de ce rôle de vérification de la conformité, il peut être utile et pour l'agence et pour le promoteur par rapport à la mobilisation de toutes les parties qui sont concernées. Bon, je vois que je dois m'arrêter. Interpréter alors.
Yes, thank you very much. Unless I misunderstood, I do have two questions. Two things appear unclear to me regarding the last paragraph. The first point was the inclusion of the focal points regarding the agencies and the stakeholders. Did I understand this correctly? The second point is for the private sector. It's important that the focal point remain as an entry point to any GEF project, regardless of the context. Thirdly, the government representatives must verify before, regardless of endorsement, they must verify that the norms are met regarding mobilization of investments, even when when there is not yet been an endorsement. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Le point focal opérationnel, il peut aider le promoteur du projet ou l'agence de mise en œuvre à accéder à certaines informations ou à la mobilisation des parties prenantes. Vous savez, il y a des moments où certains projets du secteur privé, le gouvernement peut octroyer des exonérations pour l'importation de certains produits qui sont exonérés par la loi. Et là, la personne autorisée qui peut faciliter l'obtention de cette exonération, par exemple, c'est le point focal opérationnel parce qu'il s'agit d'un projet ferme. C'est lui, le répondant du gouvernement, c'est lui qui est censé maîtriser toute la politique du FEM et en lien aux objectifs nationaux. Et je pense que vraiment le rôle du point focal n'est pas à négliger. Donc, quand on dit y compris, pour moi, ce terme y compris doit disparaître. Automatiquement, et l'agence et le promoteur du projet, ils doivent informer le point focal. Nous n'allons pas demander des informations par rapport au plan de business. Ça, c'est des informations qui concernent seulement le promoteur du projet et son agence. Mais des informations vraiment qui peuvent contribuer au suivi de la politique publique du gouvernement, ça, les points focaux, on doit à ces informations-là. Je vous remercie.
So the focal point can help and must help the agency to access the information or to communicate with the stakeholders. The focal points are play an extremely important role in the importation concerning items that could be exonerated. And I'd like to stress the important role that is played by the FPOs in terms of answering for the local governments. Including, what I'm saying is we must remove the reference to included in the text. The agency must inform the focal point, who in turn can communicate the information at a local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Renato from Brazil has the floor.
Thank you, William. I'd just like to go back to the working program just quickly, just to express on behalf of our constituency that we support the proposition made by Stefan on the amendment. We also like to express our concern a bit with the delay of this in adopting the decision with the working program, which is the main decision of the council meeting and which involves a lot of other many other projects that we think it must not be delayed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers.
Okay, thank you, William, and thanks everybody. With this, I would like to complete today's session. The council will reconvene tomorrow as usually, which is 7 a.m. DC time. I would like to thank everybody for the great effort in addressing all the many different issues today. William, do we have any brief housekeeping announcements?
Just the usual reminder that the link for tomorrow will be going out in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much to everybody. Have a good evening, good afternoon. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you.
Everybody. Et merci. Au revoir.
Bye.